positions to be able to tweak the system to ensure that we achieve all this. But before that, I'll request us to be up on our feet because nizile masaza. All right, may we be up on our feet? DJ, whenever you're ready. Where is our Ajawa Gen Z? Ajawa Gen Z, please make your way forward. I am volunteer. Before I volunteer you, please volunteer yourself.
Let me talk about
Yay, round of applause as she's making her way.
Spread his rumor. Atigari yangu ni alone. Mara nimewekwa na sponyo. Wacha kuspread his rumor.
Hi everyone. We are going to do a tutorial before we start. We take some few steps to our left, then to the right, and we are doing a little bit of movement when we are doing it. So we like that, okay? DJ, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The next one we are going up and down with the same hand movement, okay? Thank you. Then the next one is kuanguka nayo, right? Yes, you got it. Okay, then we are going to 3, 2, 1. Shake your head a little bit while you're doing it. Now we do it all together at once, okay? 3.
Thank God for Gen Z, guys. Before you sit, thank God for Gen Zs. Mimi ningewaekana. It took me 2 weeks when I was told I'm moderating this session to practice to your part, my guys. Sasa mwezi niacha bure, si ndio? Tufanye hiyo yangu pia, si ndio? Yangu ni tu hivi na hivi, si ndio? DJ wako. Guys, let me see you do it. You have to go up, down. Yeah, round of applause. So, Youth for SDG, this is your turn. I'd like to welcome us to this particular session. As they're making their way, this is how our day will look like. We'll be having KS, County Director, giving an opening remark. Then we'll have representatives from MFA. Samuel has been here with us, so Samuel will join us here from IGAD. Then Kenya Young Parliamentarians Associations are in the room. Youth for SDG, if you can hear my voice, please make it up here. Also, I'd request us to tweet as much as possible. Our hashtags are Youth in SDGs Week 2026, Countdown to 2030, and ARFSD 2026. But you don't stop it at there. All the organizations you see up there are our partners, so if you can identify any one of them, please feel free to tag them. Also, a point for you to note, we have an exhibition space out there. Please feel free during the break times to just get to see what is in those spaces. This is a networking platform. You may gain a lot if you utilize, number one, the person seated next to you, behind you, in front of you. There's none under you, right? So, as I said, get to know your neighbor. Also, we have a room towards my right. Please, may we turn our heads to my right? Good. That room written Tunga Media Africa. We'll be filming there during the breaks. There are short films. Please feel free to walk into that room and just get to. We are moving SDG discussion beyond having this tete-a-tete, yeah? We've gone a step further. So Tunga Media will be showcasing a few films for you to get to watch. Our washrooms are at the back. For the female is on my left, for the male is on my right. All our meals, our breaks will be out of this hall. Our lunch will be to the farthest end. You will have to pick meal cards before you have your lunch. Ensure that everyone has signed our registration forms out there. Jua jirani, guys. Welcome once more. For those walking in, we have a QR code. We have a WhatsApp community. One way of scaling up the projects we have is through networking, finding yourself in the right rooms. So kindly scan the QR code up there. So to our first presenter this morning is the country director's remarks from KAS that will be given by none other. Indio part unanichezea ile, acha niangalie jina nijue unacheza song from where. But anyway, we'll give him a Gen Z song. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause as we invite none other than Edwin Adoga Otichilo. Round of applause.
Oh,
Edwin, you have to dance. The rule is dancing as you make your way.
maisha na adabu na enjoy na wenzangu.
Uh-huh.
Hapa tu ni burudani.
Uh-huh.
Hakuna kwenda nyumbani.
Uh-huh.
Nakula maisha na adabu na enjoy na wenzangu. Hapa tu ni burudani. Hakuna kwenda nyumbani. Aya, nasikia fiti tamu.
Good morning. Good morning once more. Because I missed coming yesterday, but a colleague of mine told me that it is often quite full than it is right now, only that you're not quite the people who come in early, but then you leave quite late. So I would want to believe that. Greetings from Mr. Matthias Kamp and Caro Unga. They couldn't be here. Matthias is our country director. Caro is newly, but she's the deputy country head of office. But in my own capacity, I'm the country program manager. So you're in good hands in terms of what you discuss, and in terms of what we could be able to support going forward. So it's a pleasure. Let me read a small speech, and once I'm done with that, I could say one or two words. So good morning, colleagues and guests who have been invited. It's my privilege to be here and to make contribution to this very important discussion on democracy, of course promotion, and in view of the SDG. Let me begin by emphasizing a very simple but critical point, that achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal is not just a technical or development challenge, it is fundamentally a governance challenge. It is core, at its core, it is about how decisions are made, who participates in this decision, including you as young people, and how accountable are we pushing our institutions to be. As an organization that works very closely with members of parliament and politicians, I would want to acknowledge that parliament, because some of them would be here, MPs would be here, parliament is not only a law-making body, as they will be discussing, it is a bridge between global commitments and national action. It is where aspiration, as you well know, are translated into legislation, budgets, and oversight. So most of the discussions that you're going to be having here would be discussions that would link around legislation, budgets, and oversight. I believe that with a strong, inclusive, forward-looking parliamentary engagements, and also participation, because we are headed towards the general elections, and I hope some of you would be vying or would be fronting people to vie and would be championing for your friends, colleagues, and so forth to vie. We believe that this forward-looking parliamentary engagement, it's that SDGs risk, as much as they remain quite outspoken, we can be able to transcend them into commitments, and commitments that reflect our lived realities. It is in this regard that we are happy to also have partnered with Kenya Young Parliamentarian Associations. You could see their logo, which represents a new generation of leadership that is equally positioned to drive transformative change. They act as the connectors between us and the other parliamentarians in the House. So young parliamentarians often, and why we work with them is because they often bring fresh perspectives, a stronger connections to emerging issues, and I hope you'd see that and you'd concur with me on that. and a greater openness to collaboration across political divide. They are exactly the qualities needed to advance a long-term agenda like the SDGs. And again, my prayer to you is that in 2027, I would want to see more of young people being called Mheshimiwas in our National Assembly. There is a growing awareness within us as young Kenyans and also in Parliament on the importance of being able to discuss and to legislate and to budget and to be able to implement SDG targets. Within Parliament, we've seen a lot of young parliamentarians being increasingly engaged on issues such as climate action. When you look at the KYPA strategic plan that is being implemented at the moment, there's so much emphasis on climate action. There's so much emphasis on inclusive economic growth and social equality. Importantly, also there is a shift towards a more evidence-based discussion, which strengthens the quality of policy making, and I think this platform also provides room for us to engage in more of evidence-based discussions. Partnerships have played a key role in the progress towards making milestones when it comes to SDGs. However, while we acknowledge that progress is evident, we also acknowledge that we have challenges, or challenges remain, and it is important to address them candidly. First, the challenge of political cycles. SDGs are inherently long-term, yet political systems operate in short-term incentives. And it's a conversation I know we are going to be opening ourselves to. But the fact that our political systems are often operating on short-term incentives, this creates tension between immediate political priorities and sustained development goals. The second challenge is the capacity constraint, the challenge of capacity constraints. So translating the broader SDG targets into concrete enforceable legislations and policy action requires technical expertise, data, and continuous learning. We ought to see this more from young people like you. Again, the future of this country has to be pushed by young people and decided by young people and not the old people. There's a coordination gap, again, as we sit here between the national and county levels, which at times we've seen these gaps slowing down the implementation of SDGs. And so we have to start to ask ourselves, how do we build coherence, across all levels of governance, and particularly when you look at the vertical and horizon ways in which then we govern this country. And finally, financing remains a critical constraint when it comes to SDG. Ambitious legislations must be backed by equally robust budget commitments. So the question also would be, as we discuss these SDG goals and the milestones that we've achieved so far, how does our budgetary commitments look like? But also within these challenges lie opportunities as I conclude. We have an opportunity to institutionalize SDGs, SDG thinking within our executive or our government systems, but also with extension our parliamentary system. So by embedding SDG tracking in committees' work, for instance, in Parliament, but also in the different ministries and different tasks or committees that have been given this mandate, and aligning our national budget and county budget more closely with our inclusive or integrated development priorities as young people is important. There is an attempt towards that, but we must have to give it more push. We also have an opportunity to further empower young leaders and young leadership. Young people who are enthusiastic about leadership and they may not know how to start or how to sustain this. And this is why, even within Conrad, we have a program called the Young Fellows. And we connect the Young Fellows with what we call the Adenauer Kenya Network. So once you're done being our fellows, you become part of our network. And why we think this is important, it's because we've seen quite a lot of young people growing and being able to occupy different positions of leadership. Some of them are in actually parliament. Some of them are actually deposed from parliament because then they were not able to do quite much according to what the people are saying. But also some of them are in the county assembly, and some of them have been appointed in so many various positions. And we hope and we pray that they are actually doing what they ought to do. It is important, or equally important, is the need for us to deepen public participation. You are one of the selected few, but this is a conversation that we hope could be able to move beyond these rooms. It is important because SDG must resonate with citizens' everyday's reality, whether it is access to jobs, healthcare, education, or clean environment. We have to resonate with Kenyans out there. When citizens see this connection, our accountability system gets to be stronger. So in closing, advancing SDG through policy and practice is very important because it also helps to strengthen our own democratic culture. It is by building institutions that are responsive, that are inclusive, capable of delivering long-term development outcomes, that we can be able to have milestones that achieve or reflect our common goal as young people in this country, and young people who are more enthusiastic, I believe so, when it comes to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that we have. I believe there are 17, right? Yeah. So without much ado, that is the official statement and speech from Konrad Adenauer Foundation. I would want to say in conclusion that we have 17 very important goals. We cannot just track them and make statements. We have to use them for our own also political mileage. We have to work with them. We have to use them as part of our compromises when we have conversations with politicians, or when we prepare to campaign for certain political positions. How do we bridge some of the things that are actually not working, and to start to come up with ideas that can actually help us to make them work? We will be closing in at some point towards the tail end and saying that yes, SDG has been there for 20 to 25 years. What have we gained from it? It should be something that we can be proud to say, that we were part of the people who were brave enough to come forward and make as many strategic ideas and thought patterns around some of these goals as we have them. So I hope that you're going to have a very fruitful debate. The panelists that are going to be here, ask them that have questions. But this is not about them, this is about you, remember. So on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, thanks very much, and looking forward for more engagements, bilaterally and also together with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Konrad. Edwin? A round of applause to Edwin. Better for Edwin. Better, if you heard what Edwin talked about, you would make it louder. Studio, if you can bring back Edwin's profile, I'd really appreciate. Now, Konrad, as an organization, has been doing much when it comes to governance, when it comes to policy, when it comes to democracy. And Edwin has been doing a lot within that sector. Some of my key takeaways would be building coherence, robust budget commitments, and institutionalizing SDGs. And who can remember which SDG we are focusing on today? 16. So I want SDG 16 to be on your mind as the speakers are coming up here so that you can find a point of convergence. What that institution is doing, and remember the focus is youth, so what that institution is doing with regard to what we plan to achieve. A round of applause once more to Conrad. Next, I'd like to invite someone from IGAD. If you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. Good. So, I stand to be guided. Please take out your phones. Enda pale kwa kitu round inaka kamera. Click onto it. Turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. Asiseme apendi picha. There is nothing like that. Alisign form. Asiseme mimi, you know, wamejua niko Garissa. Tutasema tu sisi sote tulikuwa Garissa. Si ndio, guys? Now take that selfie. Ensure you tag us. Ensure you hashtag the program. We want to see your presence online. Thank you. At this particular juncture, I'd like to invite us to go have our tea and come back in the next 15 minutes. So take more photos. So photos look better huko nje. Kuna wenye wanahitaji jua ili waonekane kwa picha. Good. So let's be upstanding. Take your tea, take selfies. Wenye wanahitaji jua, feel free to go take the photo. When the sun is enhancing complexion. Ensure you tag us, enjoy your break. DJ.
Nakula maisha na adabu na enjoy na wenzangu. Hapa tu ni burudani. Hakuna kwenda.
And out of use conversation, this is the longest meeting I have attended for a full week since I was appointed. But my being here, I'm not disappointed at all. I am very, very impressed. Today, we are going to have a conversation which is centered on what we have been discussing since the SDG week started. It is the most important day, and it's the most timely conversation. And it's the day whereby we are going to answer questions to some of the issues that we have been talking about. The young people have been asking questions. Where are we? How do we participate? We want to be at the center. And I think today is the right platform for us to have that conversation. We are focusing our conversation on peace and security. And we all know that we can never have sustainable development without peace. We can never develop ourselves without peace. And Kenya, where we are, is setting a good example when it comes to the democratic process that's aligned to the institutions. Kenya is setting a good example whereby the young people are able to organize themselves on agenda they believe in. And as we have conversation today, one of the center of our conversation is that how best can young people effectively participate in democratic processes, but at the same time, ensure that there is peace and stability. That's the most important thing. How best can our young people be at the center of democratic processes, but also making sure that there is peace and stability. And that is very tenant towards the growth of our young people. In 2024, Kenya set a very good example, the young people of Kenya. Not only to the Horn of Africa, not only within Africa, but to the entire world. When they were able to organize themselves and say that there is a law that is coming into force and we really don't agree with it. For us, we were watching, I remember I put a statement out and I was called not to remove the statement. That because where I sit, I don't need to be against the member states. But in my heart, I was very proud of what the young people of Kenya were doing. Because if we are able to organize ourselves in such a policy direction, then the aspects of manipulation is going to reduce and more respect will be given to the youth. More spaces will be given to the youth. The 2024 finance bill protest, whereby for us we know that the Gen Z-led protest, was a very good example. And out of that, as the region, as Kenya go into 2027 general election, everyone is watching. Will these young people maintain their standard and know that we are now going at the right time whereby we can actually put people and has ourselves participate to ensure that we have meaningful change and youth-centered agenda. Everyone is watching. As IGAD, we shall be participating as observers to see the values, learn, and share to other people. One thing I'm proud about Kenya is that they have very good, what I can say, the mainstream engagement when it comes to political participation. But in one way or another, the space for the special interest group, the youth, the person with disability, it is quite restrictive. And out of this conversation we are having today, and reflecting on what happened in 2024, one of the things that came in my mind was that the absence of strong institutions that support young people and lack of platforms whereby young people would feel engaged into the policy-making processes and decision-making process is the one fueling this. And because of that, we can all agree that at this point, we have members of parliament. I think they are in the House. If they are not in the House, this should form part of the recommendation of this, that we need a reform. We cannot have a system of representation of the young people whereby it's through the nomination process. When I talk about this, it's only Kenya within the region whereby people who represent young people are nominated. It's only in Kenya whereby people who are supposed to speak on behalf of the young people cannot be accountable to the young people. And out of that, as Kenya go through election in 2027, the need for a reform through amendment of the laws that govern the parliamentary elections so that the young people can have a say on which people should represent them. I'll be happy to see some of you being in parliament, sitting on that seat for the young people, knowing that you are voted to represent them. And that should form part of that. Because by doing that, the sense of accountability will improve. You will know that Ogwal is there. And we are the one who put him there. So let's see what Ogwal is going to do. And we shall see. Not only that, young people should also take advantages of the available seats. Because when you look at the challenges that the most and the majority of youth are facing. Since we started this conversation, the issue of access to information, we don't have opportunities and all that. But our biggest concern is that the information are there, the opportunities are there, but how best can we access it? Because where we are, everything is changing. So you need to have leaders that will what? Be in position to listen to you. So today is a very important. As IGAD, we are happy. My office is very open to support the process. My office will be working with all the partners that are here to ensure that the young people of Kenya are able to take lead into championing certain reforms as they go through the electoral process. I am very pleased to see that we have Conrad here, because where I am, it is not through anything. It was through participating in election process. I have served as a member of the National Executive Committee of the National Youth Council of Uganda. I am handing over on the 30th of April to the new leadership. But I was able to run as a member of parliament in our last election. It's only through that, and as I conclude, I know my time is up, is that the National Youth Council election for Kenya is taking place. The door has been opened. I encourage all of you in this room, because I'm very sure that most of you are 35. It's not like Uganda, whereby for you to run for a youth elected position, you must be below 30 years. But I encourage all of you to go and participate in that process. Because the youth councils like the nursery bed for leadership, for national leadership, you are able to see how decisions are made, but also at the same time, you are able to build courage to go and effectively organize yourself and take over a better leadership position. So as I conclude, and as I said before, my office will be working closely with all these partners, and my proposal is that we need to have a youth-led steering committee that is going to ensure that the agenda that is going to be brought when it comes to policy, we support it effectively to have reforms that can easily support youth participation in the political processes as Kenya goes through election in 2027. But not forgetting that we need to be peaceful. We need to be peaceful if we want to have a prosperous country. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Igad. A better applause for Igad. A better one as he sits down. I think he told the DJ he's not a dancing person, so DJ analenga kuweka music. DJ, please. But a round of applause as he's sitting down. Please ensure that you get to interact with him during the breakout sessions. Ensure that you get to understand where you can plug in, because that's the whole reason as to why we are here. That we don't do much of talking. We do much of networking, and you come out with something from the networking. Are we together? Very nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this next session. Thank you so much, Igad, for the wonderful remarks. As you know, this is our day 4. We have been here from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Today is the 4th day. And the theme for this particular engagement is Youth-Led Solutions for SDGs Acceleration. And in this room, we have different partners. We have youth doing different things with regard to SDGs. And just to show you how we are at par with matters SDGs. Life? Have some energy. 0? Climate? Leo mumeiva. Affordable? Guys, there are guests in the room. Na munasema tu affordable housing. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, today we are focusing on SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And next, I would like to invite somebody who who has been very vital, the institution has played a very vital role. I'd like to invite the CEO of KYPA, Anthony Buluma. So studio, you have to play for him that song as he's dancing his way up here. DJ, more.
Lakini pia hao wanakaa wameboeka. Sisi kila mtu asimame basi tu dance wote. Sherehe kila tarehe mano sinanga penki. Atuna sherehe bila. Haya, uangalie jirani yako kama dance umlete hapa mbele. Si ndio? DJ, tupatie kitu cha changamsha kidogo. Kama ile ya Fadamo, chemi za uongo. Dance kinyama bigo Serengeti Benje nilisho M7 that Makende ni akine. DJ. Haya, nani ule atatuonyesha? Mheshimiwa Karobia ndiye anatuongoza. Mheshimiwa kuja tu tuonyeshe moja. Mbona watu wa dance? Nimeona mtu wa kwanza mmoja atatuokoa. Ubwazu hapa. Mmoja ndio huyo kabisa kama. Mpigie makofi. Haya, unafanya venye anafanya so that tukue. Si ni meeting na. Haya. Uje unakula.
Alright. Tunaanguka nayo kidogo, si ndio? Sijui wote mnajua kuanguka nayo. I think it's the only dance move that I know so far. Haya, twende DJ. Inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu. Piga. Na kulike na kumakama tatu. Right. That's my simple dance move.
Nani next? Chagueni mwingine. Nani mnoma mwingine? Oh, okay. Sawa. Haya, kuja huyo mrembo, watu wamekuchagua, kuja. Anakaa huyu ndio mwetete. Piga statue. Inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu. Piga statue. Na kulike na kumakama tatu.
Mcheze rumors tafadhali.
DJ wamesema rumors. Vijana hoi.
Wanasema nimesota misina do. Mara niko wash na osha do. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors. Ati gari yangu ni alone. Mara nimewekwa na sponyo. Wacha kuspread hizo rumors.
Don't spread. Thank you very much. Haya DJ, asante. Thank you very much. My name is Anthony Samba Buluma. As you've heard, I'm the CEO of Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, and let me start by saying we feel very privileged to be part and parcel of this meeting because KYPA is established because of you. And we exist for you, and we can only do as much with you. Let me start by acknowledging the different guests who are here. Of course, led by my good friend, the Member of Parliament for Yala, the Honorable Karobia, my good friend, Mr. Edwin himself, the man who supports young people from the Conrad Adenoir. I also want to recognize Peter Quest, a director from Kenya School of Government. I worked with a few friends, Peter Hardwen, friend from Canada, and a very distinguished business lady called Marcy, my good brother from IGAD. It's a pleasure. And all of you distinguished young Kenyans. It's very clear we are gathered to discuss what in many instances would have been as a global promise. Of course, you know the SDGs was adopted by the UN back in 2015. But in as much as we discuss SDGs, today we need to escalate this conversation to another level because we've just been discussing what is on paper. But I want us to be honest with ourselves because we are a generation that has chosen the path of honesty. That's why 2024 mattered in this country. Because the young people came out to the streets and the language they were advancing was the language of honesty. When you talk about SDGs, mostly, there is okay? Okay. Most of the young people, or many of us, would look at it from an abstract goal on paper. But the reality is SDGs and the conversations or the goals are a reality in many instances. When you talk about, say, for example, SDG number 1 that speaks to poverty, it's a reality because it does not matter whether you are a young graduate or an old folk, you are looking for opportunities to fight poverty. If you're talking about healthcare, it doesn't really address you just as a young person. It addresses mothers, it addresses everybody, and the access to care. Talk about education. It's not just about matching skills, but also what quality education are we advancing? Decent work, SDG 8. Does this work translate to the dignity that a human being deserves? So in a nutshell, what I'm driving at is that SDGs are not just goals. They are urgent demands, especially for our generation. For far too long, and just going by the experience I have, many of you have been described as leaders of tomorrow. And I think many of us have bought into that narrative because I don't know when tomorrow will arrive. But as a CEO serving young members of parliament, it's about time I invite you to walk a different narrative, a narrative of leaders of now. So if SDG is a promise of tomorrow, we must start advancing it with the language of now because most of those goals are very urgent in our situations. We go to the streets not because it is good to be tear gassed, as people believe, but we go because there are certain things that are happening around your world that have deprived you dignity, that have deprived you inclusion and opportunities to engage as a young Kenyan. And that is why this particular gathering must be a different one. It must not be the usual youth convening because maybe at the end of the day, we will walk out of here with a Carpe Diem or a token. But it must be a gathering that must begin to redefine the direction this country goes. And that is why, in my remarks, I started by challenging you. Do you just understand these goals from a place of an abstract goal? You know, these were done by the UN and given to Africans, so we just adopt them as a formality. But if we start making deliberate demands based on, if some people convened and in their right frame of mind said that if this world is able to implement these goals, then we would live in a better world, then let's go the extra mile. And that is why KYPA is there. KYPA is there as your partner because not all of us have access to parliament today. But you have allies, 60 in numbers in that parliament, who can advance whatever resolution make today. It is possible for them to be adopted by Yala because we have Mheshimiwa Karobia here. KYPA exists as your ally in that space to ensure that your voices are meaningful, because the absence of meaningful youth inclusion means you are being exploited. In many instances, and that with the dance, most young people, our stage is just to entertain, all right? But we are never at the decision-making table. My former chair used to saying, if you are not on the table, then you are on the menu. So many of you today are on the menu. But how do we get you out of the menu to the table? You must be intentional in your meetings. Do not allow yourself just to be convening and saying, oh, we had a very good meeting at K. Then what next? This meeting must go the extra mile and tell me, CEO, leveraging on the numbers you have in Parliament, would like to do a statement defining how we want to end poverty in Kenya. And that statement must transition to not just a statement, but a legislative proposal coming from this gathering. Then we will actually be talking about meaningful youth engagement. Because SDGs are a critical component to our own development. But unless we treat it with that thinking of being transformers and becoming conformers. So I challenge you, because all of you are here by virtue of being leaders in your own right. How do you demonstrate that leadership? As I conclude, I will give you an example. There's a young man who was elected in I think it was the 10th parliament. And many of us aspire for leadership, but don't know mechanisms we can use to get to that leadership. So this young man had no money to campaign. He had no capacity, he had no experience that we are told to have. But he had only one thing that he had gotten from school, his degree and the knowledge that he had gathered, because he had done economics and mathematics. So what he did was he became practical about his engagement. He went to his village, mobilized a few of his peers who were graduates, and then they started offering free tuition to students, Form 4 students of that village. And guess what? That year, that village recorded the highest grades when it comes to KCSE. And you know what the village did? They said, many people will come to us with their money because they think they will buy our loyalty. Many will come with all those type of ideas. But let's reward this young man who has come to us with skills to empower our children. I'm giving you that story to explain that some of the implementations that need to be done will not wait for you to be elected into parliament. They just need you to employ the little ingenious in you, and then you will be on the roadmap to, distinguishing yourself as a leader. And that is why KYPA stands in this meeting as your ally to make sure that your voice is not only heard, but felt across Kenya. Many people are saying, yes, it's okay for us to be in the streets, but also from the protest, let's also move to policy, all right? And how do you move to policy? By translating this conversation we are having into a meaningful, actionable resolution. And that is why we are here. So thank you for having invited KYPA, and we'll be happy to engage in the panel. But I think most importantly for me, if I must take anything from this place, is an actionable step that can be remembered, so that when the history will record that there was a gathering at Kenya School of Government on this date, let it record that gathering initiated something meaningful that has transformed this country. And we have very good partners. If you tell Edu that after this meeting, would like somebody to help us package this in a nice policy document, and then we organize on how you come to Parliament and actually witness this presentation is coming, who's our chair. I can tell you all the meetings we've done and documented. We have tabled those resolutions on the floor of Parliament so that members of Parliament are able to debate it and most importantly, adopt it as Kenya's position. Thank you, and I wish all of us a pleasant day.
A round of applause as the CEO takes his seat. Thank you so much, Bwana CEO. And if you heard Anthony well, he talked about practical things. And he's talking about how to bridge that gap between us youth and them who are already at some of these decision-making tables. So one more round of applause for Anthony. I would read you my notes from my take-home, but I believe we were all listening. So to our next session, we want to have a panel discussion. I would like to invite Kipyegon. Kipyegon, if you can hear my voice. Round of applause as we invite Kipyegon. To our studio, we can still dance for Kipyegon. Round of applause once more. Kipyegon. Tutorial ilishafanywa. Hivi. Let's stand up and invite Kipyegon. Tumpe moral support, okay?
Hapo kwa kudance labda ni invite mtu a dance on my behalf because niko out kabisa.
Hatuta judge.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you've heard my good name is Anthony Kipyegon, and I'll be moderating this very high-level session, a panel on democracy and sustainable development goals. And this panel is so important in the sense that we have representation from both the Parliament of Kenya, Africa Legislative Assembly. We were anticipating to have a representation from the county assemblies, as well as the civic society organizations. We into the linkage between the democratic space as well as the implementation of the SDGs. We want to know whether the democracy as it is today in the Republic of Kenya is helping the young people to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are remaining with only 4 years towards implementation. Do you think we are making progress? Do you think that 4 years is enough time to enable us to make progress? Anyway, we are in this panel discussion, we are being joined by the CEO of the Kenyan Parliamentarians Association, that's Mr. Anthony Buluma. Karibu sana. Yes, let's welcome them with a lot of applause as they come. We also have the Honorable Maina Karobia, the MP from the East Africa Legislative Assembly. Let's give him a hand of applause as he comes forward. We also have the very honorable gentleman by the name Edwin from Conrad. Let's welcome him. We also have a distinguished lady by the name Lavina Oloch from AU. Let's welcome her wherever she is. Lavina. Wewe ni kama ulikuwa umelipa ground wewe. Last but not least, we have Tracy from CMD, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. Welcome our distinguished ladies. For the interest of time, I think we'll just delve directly into the subject of the day, because we don't want to take much of our time bearing the going by the fact that we've already taken most of the time. This panel was supposed to start at 10, so it'll be very quick. And I'm going to start with the CEO, who is just seated next to me here, the Honorable Anthony Buluma. KYPA positions itself as the youth-centered legislation body, both in the Senate and the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya. Would you please let us know what are the legislative interventions that KYPA has been pushing and is pushing to ensure that the young people are at the center of the SDG conversation?
Thank you, Kipyegon, and good morning once again. KYPA was established in 2004, and it was established as a caucus to try and consolidate the voice of parliamentarians who are the age of 35 and below, and champion and prioritize youth issues in the Parliament of Kenya. Since its establishment, we have been able to push through some very landmark pieces of legislation. I would equate it to almost over 30 successful legislation since 2014. But just to be specific, we have centered our conversation around employment opportunities. And I know many of you know about AGPO. That is one of the successful legislation that KYPA midwifed. And the intention was young people access government procurement opportunities irrespective of who they know. Of course, there are challenges around it, and there are challenges that are alive to all of us, and we're trying to deal with that. But AGPO was one of our key legislation and addressing the issue of employment. Secondly, many of you might be knowing about the National Employment Authority. That particular agency was created by a legislation sponsored by KYPA. Right now, there are many pieces of legislation that are on the pipeline, including a startup bill, including content creators bill, including local produce bill that is being sponsored by our chair. And all these are geared towards fighting poverty, creating opportunities for young people, and most importantly, drawing as much as we can to benefit the youth of Kenya.
Thank you very much. Maybe briefly you can just let us know whether there's something that you've been anticipating to champion in the Parliament, but you've not been able to. And if there is, what are the hurdles?
Of course, there are many things, including an amendment to the University Act. You know that students have been reaching out to us because they prefer the universal suffrage model of electing their leaders. But because of the political dynamics, that has never been able to go through. It's a struggle we still have because a good chunk of parliamentarians don't understand why we need to go back to popular elections in the universities. Yet, this is the model that has actually ushered in a significant number of young parliamentarians into office. So I think for me, that is one of the frustrations I have as far as what we aspired to do and are unable to do. Of course, there are many others, bills that are on the pipeline. But again, we have a very tight calendar, very competitive priorities by government. So sometimes you're pushing a legislation and they just put it on the pipeline and it takes longer for it to be able to be realized. Yeah.
Very well, very well. I think it will also be very important that we get to listen to the Honorable Maina Karobia on what is happening in the East Africa Legislative Assembly in terms of advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. As we know, the SDGs is a collective global agenda and not just here in Kenya. And therefore, Honorable Maina Karobia, would you please let us know, is East Africa community collectively pushing the implementation of the SDG agendas, or the efforts are being overshadowed by the national priorities and commitments?
Okay, thank you. And it's a great pleasure to be here. And I'm very happy that we have a very good audience. And I'm happy to see my undergraduate fellow intern, Brenda. Tulikuwa na yeye tukifanya internship mahali.
Wonderful.
Na sitasema alikuwa crush wangu, lakini she's a good lady. So, going direct to the question that you have asked. The East Africa community is an intergovernmental organization. And we have 8 countries. And we connect 2 oceans, the Atlantic Ocean and Tanzania. We have a GDP of $350 billion and a population of 300 million people. Why am I giving these statistics? It's because at the center of SDGs are the people and the livelihoods. And livelihoods is about the economic welfare, the human development index of these countries, and the people, the livelihood that people are living. Majorly, being an intergovernmental organization, we have so many objectives to serve, among them custom union, common market, monetary union, and political confederation. So far, we have enacted laws around custom union and the common market protocol. The reason as to why I'm giving that background is so that we can also, I'm using this as a civic education platform so that we understand where this is, how relevant is the East Africa community. The relevance of the SDGs to this is that the East Africa community being a body that puts the movement of goods, services, and people at the center of its policy making. It means SDGs, the issues of livelihoods, the issues of clean energy, the issues of peace and justice and strong institutions, quality education. These SDGs are the center of the pillars that we serve. Our model of fundraising for East Africa community is through the government themselves and also the development partners. That is the international development partners. So, and we always find the international development partners speaking to us, making sure that the SDGs are the center of our policy making processes, are the center of our budget making processes. The last 3 years, I was a member of the budget committee at the IALA. And some of the things that we were considering so much were the issues of education, the issues of building, the issues of economic welfare, that is particularly ensuring the border points are well constructed and we're building new ones across the borders of these countries. This building of these new border points have been making us even build new sustainable towns in those areas. So SDGs are the center of policy making processes of East Africa community and the center of lawmaking processes. When we were talking of transitioning from MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, to Sustainable Development Goals, the countries that were recognized in Africa to have made considerable efforts to ensuring that we made the MDGs were East African countries, Kenya and the Republic of Rwanda. Tujipigie makofi. So that tells you at the East Africa level, our countries are working so hard. Yes, we might not be perfect as countries, but even globally, the international partners can see that our countries are trying to ensure that we implement these SDGs. And I want to especially recognize the development partners for organizing this particular platform, EDU, and your friends, KYPA and the other organizations, for bringing this conversation, because we are only 4 years to the end of the set deadline of SDGs. So I urge us, please push government, both the national government and county government, and any office bearer, to ensure that we meet the SDGs. And I want to dare challenge these youths. Please.
Thank you, Honorable. Allow me to interrupt you.
Yes.
We'd like to know, you've just mentioned about education and economic welfare,
Yes.
and we're going to be very brief on this. Are we making any significant progress toward realizing our economic growth as a region? And secondly, or these are being overshadowed by the national priorities?
Of course, they are overshadowed by national priorities because sovereign governments still have a lot of power towards an influence in regards to how the East Africa community works. So you'll find the Republic of Kenya has certain education priorities or has certain developmental priorities, which vis-a-vis might be competing with the regional interest. Can you imagine? The Republic of South Sudan was admitted to East Africa Community, I think around 2012. And it is only yesterday, jana, when they ascended or complied with the laws of East Africa in terms of integrating their systems, whether it is tax system, whether it is the lawmaking processes, the non-tariffs, all those kind of systems that we know how government works. Imagine for the last 10 years, they have never ascended there fully to the East African community. It's only yesterday. So sometimes you find, and I would understand them, it is because of their own national priorities that are competing with the regional interest. So,
Very well.
so I would want what I was trying to say about challenge. 2027 as we go to the elections, please let us push our candidates to speak towards SDGs. Some of these goals that are in SDGs should serve as part of reasons as to why you should vote a certain leader, whether it is an MCA, whether it is an MP, the governor, or the president. Let them speak to the SDGs, because that's how we are going to build a sustainable country and a sustainable livelihood as a people. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for that wide response. Therefore, let's go to Lavina. Let's get to hear from that gracious lady there, Lavina. We would like to know, youth peace and security is increasingly becoming a central pillar for shaping both the national and global policy. Lavina, in your own perspective, someone is sabotaging me. Even is sabotage. Hello, can you hear me? Thank you. I was saying that youth peace and security is becoming a great area of interest in shaping both national and global policy. Maybe in your own perspective and from your experience, would you please let us know the status of the implementation of the SDG 16 on youth peace and security? And are we making any progress as a country? And are the young people properly inculcated in driving this agenda?
Thank you so much, Gabe. First of all, I want to bring the conversation for you to have a context of what is happening within the continent, and then I'll bring it towards what is happening in Kenya. First and foremost, the program that I work with is called the AU-EU Youth Voices Lab program. This is a program that is supported by the African Union and the European Union to actually engage young people within these two different continents to ensure that they are part and parcel of decision-making processes at the African Union, part and parcel of decision-making processes at the European Union, and they have a say contextually within the country that they come from. So, as a continent, where are we in implementing SDG 16? And precisely, where are we in implementing the youth peace and security agenda within the continent? I can humbly say that the African continent is a continent that has developed national action plans on youth peace and security. Most countries have developed their national action plans on youth peace and security. We have about 7 countries that have actually come together, young people, the civil society organizations, governments, to take ownership of peace and security. How have they done that? Of course, by contextualizing what is happening within their countries, by shaping the process. That means they have come together as young people to ensure that their say is part and parcel of their national action plans. We have the Gambia who have implemented their NAPs. We have the Gambia, we have Burundi, we have Malawi, Liberia, Cameroon, and the first country in Africa, Nigeria. So as we can see, there is a thirst for young people to be part of developing peace and security strategies within their country. Now when we come to Kenya, where are we? I can humbly say again that Kenya is on track in developing the National Action Plan on Youth Peace and Security. And this has been led by, of course, being led by the Ministry of Youth, but also as an intergenerational aspect, it has been led by the Kenyan Coalition on Youth Peace and Security. And where is Christine? I just want to give roses where roses are deserved. Christine, yes, please stand up. Christine is the co-chair of the Kenyan Coalition on Youth, Peace and Security.
Can clap for her. Thank you.
And she has been championing young people to be part of the decision-making processes when it comes to development of the YPS agenda in Kenya. They have undertaken different dialogues within the county. They've gone everywhere and everywhere to have a discussion with young people in this country to say, what do we need for the youth peace and security within our country? What are the barriers that are we facing? What are the mitigation strategies that can actually lead us into having young people being part of parcel of those action plans? It is all bread, it's all roses and so forth, but as much as we are doing this, we still face challenges. Let's be honest. Bureaucracy, lack of awareness on youth peace and security, political will, that is still what is facing Kenya and as a continent. As much as we're saying that we want to be in decision-making spaces, we still face the barriers that, sorry to say, we still face the barriers that for the political will is still not there as much as we intend it to be. And that is something going forward as a continent, as a country, we need to focus on if we really need to implement these processes within our context. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. I think it will also be nice to get to understand the SDGs from the governance perspective. And maybe you would like to hear from Mr. Edwin on the current Kenya's current democratic environment suitable enough to enable young people advance the SDG agenda, or we need some institutional reform? What's your thought on the same, based on your expertise in the governance sector?
Thanks, Kipiegon. Good morning, everyone, once more. I think I'll be the one to do the shortest rejoinder. And I would say this, that compared to so many countries, we have a more mature democratic culture. Our space is broad, deep. We've seen the things that we were able to do to compel both the government and also parliamentarians to behave, the executive and parliamentarians to behave in a certain way. And for once we've seen a lot of Kenyans being politically involved. I think that is very good, right? That's a very good pointer. And so we are hoping that as we move ahead, we are not just going to be part of the participants, but also we are going to also seek, like I said before, different offices, public offices, legislative offices, be part of the group that makes decision on behalf of so many other Kenyans who are looking for you, who are looking up to you. The people who are seated here, you belong to the very few % of young people who we hope that would be able to take the leadership mantle. The environment is ripe, is good enough to allow you to do that. The president, the opposition, I mean the government, the parties in government, the parties in opposition, they are actually coming out to blend with young people. And I think these elections and this campaign period would be one that would be focused, would be quite youth-centric, youth-focused. A lot of the aspirants and political parties would be quite keen to make sure that young people are able to not just participate, but to take up certain positions. The question is, what do you do with those positions? So we are hoping that some of these conversations that we are having would be conversations that would find themselves in those decision-making, desks or tables. We are shifting from the future leader connotation to current policy shapers. So the country needs policy shapers. The country needs a group of young people who are political, yes, but who can shape our future policies. We are competing within a very volatile sub-Saharan or East African community ecosystem. And I will tell you, having been to Uganda and Tanzania, and I think Mheshimiwa also here would agree to this, we stand far beyond and above the rest in all spheres, and so they are looking up to us. I remember when Uganda and Tanzania didn't go so well, a lot of young people from Kenya were really disappointed, because then they thought that this wave would go across every other aspect and not just to jump Kenya and Uganda, and then you'd see the wave in Nepal, for instance. So what we're saying is not just activism, which is okay, but we, also as a foundation, we try to push the idea that we need a lot of young people who are groomed well enough to be able to take the leadership mantle and make decisions. We spot checked the idea of what is SDG. It's not like an external, it's not like an external factor or framing. It is part of what we have embedded in our national planning. Talk about education, talk about health, talk about inequalities, how to reduce inequalities and so forth. My experience has been that we don't have to overshoot, we don't have to overthink about some of these things. What we need, we don't need to merely come up with tracking tools to be able to say, are we meeting actually the SDG goals? We need to move beyond that and come up with elements that we can be able to track when it comes to our budget transparency and how it's being implemented also, when it comes to the sector policies. So like I mentioned, education. Are we raising the bar? Are we getting quality education? Are we getting more teachers? Are we getting more infrastructure? When it comes to the health, is SHA working? Are we having conversations around SHA? Are we having conversations around the infrastructure, the entire infrastructure ecosystem when it comes to health? Are we making more commitments in that end? When it comes to inequalities, what is education doing? Are we helping to bridge? Are we getting employment? Are we being supported to be able to raise not only the nominal GDP per capita, but just the level of the living standards individually and collectively? Are we seeing these living standards actually making points? Are you able to invest in education as an individual, but also as a country? These are conversations that you can have, and these are conversations that are actually embedded in our national planning and also in SDGs. So we hope that this, as a foundation, we are mentoring young people, and some of you are here to be able to pick up these pieces and hold them together.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can clap for him. There is a very great linkage between the national policies and the political parties of here. And it will be very important that we'll get to hear from Tracy based on her experience working with political parties, whether the political parties are doing enough to integrate the issue of SDGs in their party policies. You've seen we have like the UDA, they have their own manifesto, we have ODM. These people, and all these political parties, they have their own internal policies. Are political parties, based on your own experience and what you've got to see from your interactions with them, are they doing enough to integrate the SDGs in their national, in their internal policies?
Thanks, Anthony. I think from where we sit at the Center for Multi-Party Democracy Kenya, and if you asked any of the existing political parties within Kenya, the easiest answer they could give is a yes. If you ask legislators at the national level, they'll tell you, of course, we've put in place frameworks, policies, guiding principles that are geared towards the Sustainable Development Goals. If you ask the ruling party, they'll tell you better. Is aligned with the SDGs. If you ask the Office of the President, they'll tell you things like affordable housing would be SDG 11, the issues around free primary education is SDG 4, the issues about shifsha or lack thereof is on good health and well-being. And so I think we need to move, and if you ask any Kenyan, they will tell you the Constitution of Kenya is amongst the best in the world, and it actually has provisions that are geared towards these sustainable development goals. The president before the current president had the Big Four agenda with all those 4 agendas contributing towards the goals. The president before that with his Vision 2030 also had tenets of the SDGs. If you ask political parties, they will tell you that UGM, for example, is a green movement party. So they have a lot of things around climate sustainability. However, I think we need to be careful to distinguish between merely having good policies, merely having this on paper, and the actual implementation. Because then if we're saying that all these different political structures, whether it's a political party, parliament, county assemblies, have rules, have policies, have frameworks in place that contribute and support the SDGs. However, when it rains for 30 minutes in the city, the capital city, it starts to flood. You are barely able to get to your bus stop because there are potholes everywhere. We're talking about youth and security. You're seeing first world countries saying we will provide money to support international missions, but we will not give our manpower. Who provides that manpower? Who led the Haiti mission?
Kenya.
Who contributed the largest contingency to AMISOM?
Kenya.
So we need to have better quality of conversation beyond just asking these different structures. Do they support the SDGs within their frameworks too? What are you actually doing to ensure that those things you've put in place to support the development frameworks, whether it's the MDGs, SDGs, Agenda 2063, ADPs, CIDPs, beyond just asking, do you have it on paper? I think the question we need to start honestly asking them is, what exactly is it you are doing to make sure that that which is in policy is actually respected and reenacted? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think building up on the points by Tracy, I want to get back to Anthony Buluma. Yes, Tracy has just mentioned that we've got so much commitments from the political parties, especially those seeking to be in power, those who want to clinch the presidency, the ruling political party. We've seen so much commitments, but are these commitments reflected in the budget and their policies? You know, we've seen the issue of funding model. We've seen the issue of, we had a commitment of 15 billion trees. Are these commitments really reflected on the budget commitments as well as the policies framework that are in place? Because I feel that the pace at which we are moving towards the realization of the agenda is very low. Do you think that we have enough goodwill through budgetary allocation and the policy frameworks for the implementation of the agenda?
Thank you, Kipyegon. I think that question, a forthright answer would be it's dependent on which aspects of the goals benefit the political class, because our budgeting always reflects interests of those who are pushing it. And I'm being very honest, because, like, for example, it's a priority issue on the SDG. But if you go and check the allocation given to, say, climate financing, maybe even at the county government level, it's at 1%. And yet, it's such a critical issue that has been affecting livelihoods and all that. So I feel like sometimes a lot of the competing political issues inform the budget more than anything else. So you wouldn't say entirely that when government is making budget, at the back of its mind is the preoccupation is SDGs. I don't think that's what informs them. But again, like Tracy pointed out, if you were to ask this question to anybody, they would tell you, for example, affordable housing is geared towards addressing one of the goals. If you were to ask, they would tell you we've increased allocation on education. So it's a mix of both. But for me, like as KYPA, we had gone around the county doing a study to try and understand or how to make, say, climate action a priority issue in the political space. And when we interacted with, I think we did almost 12 counties, and we asked the MCAs, why is it that you don't prioritize this as much as you prioritize the other goals? And they said, to our people, if you tell them climate change, they don't understand what that is. They only understand education, bursary. They only understand, things that are a priority to the people. So the politicians respond to what is also playing out in the political landscape. In other words, I'm trying to say that a lot of these goals, unless shaped around a political narrative, they will never be a priority item in the budget. And that is why when I was giving my remarks, I said, one of the strategies we must adopt is, how do we coin this to make it a priority political issue by fronting it on the legislative table, so that Kenya begins to, discuss these things from not an abstract point of view, but from a practical sense.
Very well, very well. And maybe that's why that leads us to a question of, are we on the track toward meeting the targets? Honorable Maina Karubia, what's your perspective of this? Are we on the track toward meeting the targets?
I don't think so. My apologies for being a little bit, to give you a bad report on that. But because if we are to meet the target, we the policymakers and the lawmakers might be finding sense in things like the climate financing, as my good friend the CEO is saying. But if you're not working with the people along the SDGs, then it means people are not even aware. You see, like during let me give you a classic example. During these affordable housing projects, I've never had, apart from the policymakers, they are the ones who will speak of sustainable cities or what have you. But you not hear the general mwananchi saying, or trying to criticize or give a review of whether this project is in line with the affordable housing objectives. Not affordable housing, sustainable cities objective, as per the SDGs. We only speak of whether this demolition is inafaa kuwa ama haifai kuwa.
Honorable Karobia, for the interest of time, are we on the right track?
We are not on the right track because we are not working with the people along the implementation of SDGs. We are not on the right track.
Then who should take the blame?
All of us, the citizens and also the people. But of course, I would put more emphasis on the office bearers, because it is said leadership is not about taking people where they want to be. Leadership is about taking people where they ought to be. If, as a parliamentarian, the mwananchi is not finding sense in climate financing, I should be there to put a lot of civic education to him or her, so that I can work with him, so that I can work with the citizen along to the modern world, along to the global priority interests of climate financing, sustainable cities, quality education, life on land, all those SDGs. I think as a leader and as an office bearer, my work should not only be people where they taking people where they want to be. No, my work should be taking people where they ought to be, and that is leadership. Thank you.
Fair enough. For the interest of time, I don't think we'll be able to continue from there. I just want us to do a quick Q&A session, and I'll be taking 2 questions from this side, 2 questions from at the center here, and 2 questions on this end. Let's start with this gentleman just behind you. And you'll be very quick, straight to the point, and direct your question to a specific panelist.
So
just your name
you
and your question.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. And first of all, it goes nothing to say that yesterday I left unhappy because I just sat in front there and somebody who was just passing the mic around, he kept passing me around. I think you are in a big trouble. So
let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, yeah, it's a bygone. My name is Obondo Rollins, the Chief Diplomatic Representative and Council Chairperson of the Council of Emerging Diplomats and the Secretary General and the Chief Diplomatic Representative of Kenyatta University Global Affairs and Diplomatic Clubs.
Wow.
Edwin. So you and Anthony, I need you to answer this question. 2 weeks ago, the PS for Youth Affairs announced that there will be elections on the Council of Youths in 2 months to come. So how is this aligning itself to the audience? Because I'm sure a huge percentage of
this question to you. How have you created opportunities for the young people in your own capacities and personally? Do you have a specific number or a point of reference where you can say that I've supported so and I've done this and this to ensure that this person has a way out? Now that you say that also that the youths are the leaders of now and not the common cliche that is normally said that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, please kindly explain to us in your personal levels how you have made this a reality. The next one, very quickly, peace and security are interdependent. Without security, we cannot be peaceful. You realize that most of the youths who are not employed are normally used. They are the punching bags used by maybe some of these leaders to ensure chaos in the society. Now, the largest of the population are the youths. Palipo na wazee aparibiki jambo. There is peace. Children look unto the youths for we are like their role models. Now, could you kindly tell us what's your take on this? How do we handle this, especially the case of goonism? Because these leaders use us. For example, we can say we as the youths, we are going to elect our fellow youths to help us handle.
Hi, energy sector, and I have a few questions. My first question
Okay, for the interest of time, I request that we stick to a maximum of 2 questions,
okay,
so that we can allow others to ask their questions as well.
Judges are said to be open to, but are they practice as low income then of justice rarely?
We can't hear you. You'll have to repeat your question because I'm very sure that the panelists cannot hear you.
Hello. Good morning. Okay, my name is Ibrahim Ashera.
Wait, we go with order, please. Let there be order.
Okay.
Can you get her a mic?
Okay, I'll start over. Justice systems are said to be open to all, but how accessible are they in practice, especially for low-income communities? What are the hidden costs for seeking justice that are rarely discussed? My second question is, how do we distinguish between true peace and forced silence, especially in communities where speaking up carries risks? Thank you.
Are you directing your question to a specific, are you seeking answer from a specific panelist? Okay.
Okay, hello.
Be very brief, 30 seconds.
Yes, my name is Ibrahim Ashera, so I have a question. Na let me use a language yenye nadhani huyu jamaa anaitwa Ibutu na nimemwandika chini. Karobia. I have a question. Ulikuwa unaongea story ya affordable housing actually. Na currently, kindly, hiyo masaa ulikuwa unaongea, I never expected useme affordable housing. Juu hata hiyo nyumba si affordable. Na yes,
please let's go to the question.
let me finish.
10 seconds.
Yeah. I'm sure kila mtu ako na uwezo wa kuandika mtu kazi. Sijui kama mmeandika mtu kazi. Ndio sasa mkuje mtuambie tukue vijana wazuri. Ju currently gonism inalipa hata kuliko internship.
Thank you. Thank you. We go to this side. Yeah. I just want 2 questions from this side.
Comrades power.
30 seconds.
Comrades power. Viva, comrades, viva. At Kariobangi Social Justice Center. I make a lot of noise, but noise of value. Just to the entire panel. From the discussion, it's coming out the space to let us just have an opportunity. Ujamaa huko parliament Tanzania huko. And we are talking about formulation of policies.
30 seconds.
So we need to be able to understand how we are strengthening the aspect of civil space so that when we feel
all of that. Thank you.
30
seconds. Okay, so we are here to raise awareness that 2.3 million young Kenyans do not have IDs. 2.3 million. Over 450,000 IDs remain at the registrar uncollected, of national proportions. Because without these IDs, even next year's vote will be a farce. So we're not just here to ask questions. That is a community-based solution. Is there anybody here of goodwill who can help us start the first community help desk in Dagoretti that then can be remodeled and be replicated in other places in Kenya? Number 2, we have an absurdly dangerous game happening with our IDs. We can see Burundians being given IDs, people at the borders being given IDs, and nobody, our own youth are not being given these IDs. So we are also saying we need a website, a national ID. Can see the turnaround time for these IDs. We see how many are coming out in Wajir, how many in Wasingishu, how many in Nairobi, because these people are playing with our lives. So remember, the boy the village rejected will burn it to bask at its warmth. Let's not play around with this. Black Roman CBO, let's talk.
Thank you very much. I think it's good we get response from the panelists, and I think the first question was directed to Edwin and Buluma.
Youth Council elections have been long overdue. All of us have been lobbying for it since the establishment or the enactment of the NYC. One of the requirements was that for it to be properly constituted, there ought to have been an election. But over the parliaments, over the years, this is the first time youth are close to actually taking back the leadership of NYC. It's something we all should be proud of, and it basically aligns with SDGs, because youth inclusion means that you're giving them not just audience, but a say at the table of decision making. And one such channel is the National Youth Council. So I would strongly recommend that you also get to participate. Those of you who are here, get elected, follow up, because NYC will give you a voice. I really celebrate that move, because most governments have shied off from supporting the election of NYC because they fear youth being given leadership mantle. But now this is one such opportunity that has arisen. The second question was on employment. As KYPA, we continue not only to mentor practically, but we have also afforded many young people an opportunity in our office. I think the KYPA office is one of the most crowded. You would come there and think that there's a rally going on, because young people are always there and never shy off from giving them direct opportunity. And some of them are actually here. The people employed in the office are young people, and we have a very supportive chair who has just joined us, who believes in giving young people that opportunity, even if it means sharing the small resources sometimes that we have. Apart from that, in 2015, we did one of the most significant things, because young people were complaining about government appointments. So we persuaded the then president and submitted a list of 100 qualified young people to be put in boards. It's a small thing, but out of the 100 that we submitted, all of them were employed by government. I think for us, that's one proactive way of doing it. We get it right sometimes we don't.
but we try as much as we can to avail as many opportunities to young people as possible. The creation of NEA, the way we had envisioned that authority is not the way they're implementing it today, because we had envisioned an authority that would be collecting your CVs and availing those CVs to the public service for potential appointments to government, because most young people complain that appointments in government are by who you know. So we hoped NEA would have addressed that. But again, it's a challenge. In fact, we had taken NEA to court last parliament because the then president had appointed Mary the former wife to the late president, the former MP for Nyeri, Odhayo Nyeri, as the chairperson of NEA. Imagine. So we went to court, and it's on record. We challenged that decision, and she was suspended from that position because NEA is supposed to be a youth-led program. I'm sure even right now, the people there, if you go and check who's the director general, is nowhere close to your age. So these are some of the struggles we have, Chair, and I think maybe in the nearest future we should actually take stock of what are these government programs or agencies that are youth-centric but do not have youth in the at the helm of leadership. So that now, when you're talking about providing practical employment opportunities, we mean it. So maybe one of the resolutions we should walk out with, and we have a chair here, is do a statement, just taking stock. If it means we are shaming people, let's shame them. But let's ask, if NEA is meant to create employment for young people, who is the boss at NEA? Is it a young person? Is a question that we should ask.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the ball is on your side. All right, I think, Edwin?
Let me say that for you as young people, the best way to engage and for you to also feel that you've been engaged is to enroll and become members of political parties. You cannot, in any political system, it's hard for you to go alone. Look for parties are moving around trying to register. You're trying to register yourselves in big numbers for voter registration campaign. But don't forget to engage and be members of political parties. Why this is important? It's because political parties are the fulcrum of any democracy, any democracy. And the way it works is that you will start to fight from within, and you can occupy certain positions within political parties, and you can be able to start to influence some of the things that you think are important. One of the things that I mentioned in one of the previous meetings that I was engaged in is I gave a very clear example of what happens in some parts of South Africa, but also in Europe, where young people have deliberately made it their effort to tell government that, hey, if you want to come and govern us, it's going to come at a cost. And this is how we lobby for it. We would want to have an authority where if we are not employed, if we are unemployed, you'll have to cater for us until we are employed. And it is going to be expensive for government to have you unemployed rather than when you are employed. I don't know if you get my point. And these are conversations that you can float, and you can use them to engage with whoever that wants to take the highest seats of the office. You tell them, one of the ways that we can give you a vote is we want to make sure that when you're coming in, 75% of us who make up the entire population of the country, if you cannot take care of us, it happens in Germany. They are given stipends. It happens in other countries. They are given stipends. You're unemployed. The government has to really work, quite hard together with you to make sure that you're employed, so that the level of employment becomes quite a daunting task for any government, because then they have to sort you out. That is a commitment that they make, and this is the only chance that you have to tell them, we need you to make that commitment, because then how then do you address unemployment? How then do you talk about job creation? But then there isn't very tangible commitment from government. So you talk about inequality. How do you address it? Push the person who wants to lead you as president or as governor to understand that it's going to be a matter of, a matter of serious interest, collective interest from young people. If you agree to us, and if we have a memorandum of understanding with you, the same way teachers did it, do it as young people. So that's the first thing any government comes on board is to do what? To map and say we have 12 million young people who are unemployed, and we'll have to cater for them. And catering for them is not to give you stipends, is to make sure that you can actually be absorbed or you can be given environment good enough for you to create jobs. This is the kind of political conversations, and I was saying, you don't need to go to the streets. These are conversations that you cannot have in the streets. These are conversations that some of you would have to be appointed or picked up and be able to lead the rest. You need guys in the streets. That is very important, but also you need guys on the table to be able to negotiate for you. So I hope some of you will be on the table to negotiate the future for young people, right?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe let's get to hear from Lavina on the question of peace and security that was raised by... There's a question that was posed to you on the issue by the, maybe.
How do you differentiate true peace from false silence?
Yeah.
Yes. So basically, I'll have to be honest. We all know that the presence of calmness does not necessarily say that we are peaceful, that we are calm. And one key thing is, how do we change that? Honestly, I have no answer, because that is a tough one. Because we live in situations where we are forced to be quiet, and we do not have the structures to actually address our injustices or our grievances. And one key thing that I want to emphasize and reiterate what most of the panelists have said is being present and also participating in your civic responsibility. Vote people who will change the structures. Vote on people who will actually be there to represent your interest, to change the status quo, because that is the only way that you can actually feel that the injustice that you are feeling can be addressed. It is a process. It is not something that will change overnight, but you as young people have the power to make that change, to actually bring in the peace that you want and the peace that you can actually feel that justice can be given.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a very brief response. Honorable Maina Karobia, I think we have like 2 minutes. We end this panel. So kindly give your feedback, then we have a quick photo session here.
Thank you. Mine will be very direct. What we have done under the youth space, I have to say I come from Thika. Kuna watu wa Thika hapa? Thiko, eh? Good. I come from Thika. And from 2023 up to date, I've been able to mobilize 5 million Kenya shillings through the Youth Development Fund and mobilize to 20 groups, registered groups. Ordinarily, that is not my mandate. It should be done by the sitting member of parliament, but I can't look at young people languishing in poverty or presenting ideas and I'm not doing something around it. So I've mobilized 5 million Kenya shillings through Development Fund or Youth Enterprise Fund, and we have dispersed that money to 20 registered youth groups. Number 2, in terms of employment, I have connected young people to jobs. I don't want to specify which jobs so that I don't want the EACC to come to me, but I have. But I have connected them. I know Mokonji knows, and our chair is here, how members of parliament work around it. And the other thing is that being a young person, I have 6 staff in my office. Of the 6 staff in my office, none of them is above 35 years.
Wonderful.
But some of them are older than me. In fact, my personal assistant is older than me. He's 32 years. So you can guess my years. So that was my cut line, that any person I'm putting in my office must be under 35 years so that we can progressively bring our young people on board. There's a question that our good friend asked around the civil societies. And I have to say that I have been the deputy head of mission of election observation mission in Uganda early this year, and Tanzania last year. I was the deputy head of mission. And when I
30
was
seconds, Honorable Maina.
Yes?
30 seconds.
And when I was meeting the Chief Justices and the Inspectors of Police, Treaty of Establishment. So we have a Treaty of Establishment of East Africa Community that speaks to the principles of rule of law, accountability, and the principles of good governance. So, and it is under these principles, my good friend of East Africa, and all of you know that civil societies even take governments of East Africa to the East African Court of Justice. So, if your rights are violated as a civil society or as an activist, you can take your country or your government to the East Africa Court of Justice, and you are going to get justice there. If you believe in your own nation, you can access that justice. But the East African level, we will even facilitate that so that you access justice and protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your quick response. And that marks the end of this panel. I will quickly request the panelists to come here for a quick photo session. And then I'm informed that there is a pledge for peaceful election that the panelists need to sign. So immediately after this photo session, we proceed this way. Honorable Chairman, you can join us in this photo. Let's clap for Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, the chairperson of Kenyan Parliamentarians Association, as he comes forward.
Diana, please join us. Diana Edie, please join us.
Unaishiaje vibasic nika kesho iko promise na kuna era sitesi napenda album ya Chronics nyuma yangu na jeshi naomba niende mbali wanakungojea udedi waende wagawe mali I'm currently not in a position to kill poverty sina kitu kwa mpesa usini hale please natafuta kitu in many different currencies blank check disease wife akidai shopping twende overseas meka mna gari kubwa let me show my kids nazieka juu ya meza uone emblem jadinya shiski ndio
round of applause as they are taking the photo.
Kuna era sitesi napenda album ya Isa kama patonge kwanza nani atatupe mkwanja tule hakuna kitu ya frijo ikatae kanya bure style imeenda shule tuko high kama shule najua hapo ulikosha hapa tu ni fry kabla ukule kila dogiko na siku yake na paka maisha 9 ni unfair kila siku kiamka amka na asante fry ile uko nayo acha kujikompare ule na mingi ndo anaongezewa juu yake mtu alisemanga eti mini don't care keep chugging keep chugging yeah keep chugging keep chugging keep chugging keep chugging yeah keep chugging keep chugging that's the way I live my life.
Thank you so much. Thank you, studio. One more round of applause to our KYPA team. You must be wondering what they are doing here. They are signing and making commitments to peaceful election pledges so that we can hold them accountable in the near future. If you agree with me, please clap your hands. Good. So, Bwana CEO, we want to invite you here again to invite the chairman who will give us some short remarks as CMD prepares. CMD, you can put on your shoes, you can put your sleeves ready because the next session is yours. So we'll have a few remarks from the chairman. Karibu CEO.
Thank you very much. I know we've been talking for long, but we've been joined by the team leader, the chairperson of all the 60 young parliamentarians from across the political divide. He needs no introduction kwa sababu yeye anakuanga ule mtu wa kujituma. Those of you who've been following, he was arrested and called a terrorist because of defending young people during the maandamano. So he's an ally, he's a comrade in the struggle, but he's also your champion, and we are very proud of who and where he's heading. So, distinguished young people, we can be all upstanding kidogo, na tumlete in a Gen Z-like format. DJ, akuje tu amedance hapa. Please join your hands together for Honorable Kunji. Chairman, hapa unaingia na dance kwanza. Ndio hiyo. Aya, let's have a few people join the chair hapa to dance naye kidogo. Kuja zio. Kuja join. Kuja few young people. Kuja usiogope.
Piga up burukanga, buruka, piga up burukanga, buruka, piga up burukanga, buruka, piga up burukanga, piga up burukanga, buruka, piga up burukanga, buruka, piga up burukanga, buruka, piga up burukanga. Akinyota in the room and the lights get right now. Nimekuja na ubad body moving like a fighter. Steam panda, vibe kuwe tight. Kama uko na mali kwa blank city light. Bend down, pause, wallahi na bend down, pause. Kahora, kerirone karido. Kahora no mwenye dena toido. Maya, matumbe, maya, matumbe. Sorry, waka, twende tena. Maya, matumbe, maya, let's go.
Asante DJ. DJ yako wapi? Oh, ako huko juu. Mpigieni makofi DJ, amechangamsha watu. Sijui niseme comrades power. Comrades power. First is to appreciate Conrad for this beautiful engagement during this Youth SDGs week, and also appreciate all of you for making time to come and deliberate on these matters. My name is Gitonga Mukunji. I am the Member of Parliament for Manyata constituency in Embu County. I am also the chairman, Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, a position I was given by my fellow members of parliament after I was elected. And it's good to be with you, all of you. I want to take as little time as possible because I know you have been around for the whole day. But I've gotten pleasure to listen to the engagement with the team that you have had here as a panelist. And maybe I'll try in my contribution to go all around on matters that I feel are very key. And before I speak much, in my introduction I normally say, as a member of parliament, I was given an opportunity as a youth. I am a little bit past the youth age, but I'm still around there. But it took a lot of effort for me to be considered by my people as a viable leader. And many of you may be aspiring to be leaders. I want to encourage you and tell you, as I normally say, form ni kujituma. My slogan, form ni kujituma, means exactly what it says. Ujitume. Na usipojituma, utatumwa. Na ukitumwa, utatumiwa. Sindio? So I would like you to go for it and ensure that you give it your best shot. Don't be scared. Don't be cowed of you lack resources, you don't have the right patronage in political parties. There is a way around all those things. And confidently I can tell you that because I'm one of those people who are given a chance by the people. As a matter of fact, I was running against a very rich man. A rich man, I don't want to say he is well known, and his family is well known. But I won with close to 92% of the votes. If you come to parliament, very few people have gotten 60,000 votes and above. And all the people of Manyata decided to give me a chance. When I got to parliament, I got a different experience of leadership. Because one thing that is clear is there is a very huge gap between the leaders and the people, especially the young people that we try and serve today. And this has caused many things, including young people coming to parliament to visit in the June 2024 Maandamanos. And you came there and took all the chicken and food. And first of all, that was a clear sign that there is a need to do a reset. There is a need to press the reset button when it comes to leadership. And as chairman KYPA, we have a task. At that moment, I just had been elected as the chairman KYPA. And one of the things that I've been trying to do is to ensure these engagements are more rife. We have a constraint on resources, but as KYPA, we have really tried to go that extra mile to ensure that we continue with engagement. Because as a young person, when I reviewed the 2024 April, it was basically feeling that the leaders are not listening. I felt the main issue was there was that part of leaders are serving themselves, but they are not listening to the young people. And of course, you cannot listen to everybody because that will be noise. There is a need to actually put structures and ensure that young people have a channel to have a voice. And it is not noise. It is a voice that can get somewhere. What I want to promise this team that is here, because I know many things have been spoken. I have my team here. We are also working closely with Conrad. I want to promise you that the discussions that you have had here are not in vain. They are going to find themselves in the floor of the house, courtesy of Kujituma, Gitonga Mukonji. And why I say that is because it is one thing to come here and discuss. Sikuongea hapa ni rahisi. But we can discuss the whole day, then tomorrow we discuss the same things. And maybe we have a different parliament. It's good I like this because there is something that came across and it was called broad-based government. One of the victims of the broad-based government is parliament. Because now parliament is lacking an alternative voice. It is lacking numbers that can move something of essence. We have very few people who can stand and say something against government. And if you say something against government, you're labeled. And all I can say is you move even when scenarios look bad. You make sure that your voice is there, it is heard, and it's the loudest. You have your say, they might have their way. Because at the end of the day, we live in this nation together. When we come to discussing SDGs and the young people, I believe just perusing through the 16 pointers, it is very clear that SDGs must accommodate the young people. The drivers of SDGs are actually the young people. From the first one on poverty, going all the way down, I believe the young people are the main focus because SDGs are about sustainability in terms of very many facets of our nation today. But I want to actually digress and talk about 3 pointers in SDGs. One of them is young people and empowering young people. You know, I have observed in this nation that when it comes to interest of the young people, when it comes to something that has the interest of the young people, that is the most vulnerable place. And if you look at the most corruption cases that have gotten to the headlines of our nation, since the Kibaki's time, you'll find an interesting pattern where programs of the young people are the most corrupted, and monies that are supposed to go to the young people are the most stolen. And I'll give you a few examples. We remember NYS scandals. I know everybody has heard of NYS scandals, where billions were lost. We remember the youth fund scandals, where 35 billion also ilikunywa maji. As early as possible, now we have something called inaitwa nini hii kitu ililetwa juzi? Hii ya kufuliza. Hustler Fund. And many questions on people who are benefiting from these funds without them being even the young people. And you can even go to the Nyota Fund, which also we were expecting young people to get 50,000 and they were given 22,000. These are things that we have to discuss and see a pattern. And one of the main questions I've been asking, why is it that it is the young people's fund that vanished easily? And I've realized that it is because even the people sitting down to discuss matters to do with the young people, they are not even young people. They don't even relate with the young people. And that is why maybe among the conversation we must have is a conversation on how to ensure we do better oversight when it comes to resources that are meant to young people. We can talk about empowerment, but it is settled down to money. You can be given a voice, but if you're not given money, if there is no deliberate effort to put money in young people's pocket, then at the end of the day, you want to have a population of young people that is desperate enough to be manipulated. And maybe that is the agenda, and that is the idea when it comes to disempowerment of the young people today. The Nyota Fund is a fund that, and if you read and go to the Hansons and see my contribution and a few other members, we were clearly saying that yes, World Bank has given 50,000 per person. In the budget, we should actually double that so that 100,000 can make somebody do business and and get help in their life. I have a tangible example I'll give you. When I got to Parliament, I found a fund that is managed in my office called Uwezo Fund. I only found 7 million Kenya shillings in the accounts. And this fund is supposed to be given to groups. When I sat down with my team, the team is supposed to give people monies from 50,000 to around 200,000. But if you want to give more people, you give 50,000. Most of the people that have been given 50,000 Kenya shillings have never refunded even one single coin. The people who got 200,000, today as we are speaking, have paid up. I have another close to 5 million that I'm supposed to distribute in the coming months. That tells you something, that you can pretend you're helping young people, or you can deliberately help them and make sure that they are getting somewhere. If you give somebody 22,000, basically, hiyo ni pesa ya kwenda kukula na girlfriend ama na boyfriend. Kwa sababu kutoka pale umeenda ukachukua hiyo pesa, kuna transport, then nyumbani hujakula kitu. By the time ufike nyumbani, you have less than 10,000. There is no, okay, maybe there is a genius idea of making it in 10,000. Like people say, nilianza my restaurant with one egg, you know, ama nilianza biashara yangu ya kuku na a feather. But the fact of the matter is, if you want to help the young people, you have to deliberately give them money that can help them. That is why we are pushing as KYPA that whenever there is donor fund, government must double it so that the young people can get help. Today, the Nyota people, if they got 200,000 each, we could talk of some successful business amongst them. But I want to dare you, get me one person who got Nyota fund that has a successful business from the Nyota fund themselves. And maybe that is something that I can be proven wrong. Well, what has happened in this nation is actually a radicalization of the young people. And when I came in, I found a gentleman speaking about goonism, where young people are now being used as goons for political interest. And there's a reason why young people are used as goons. A goon is more powerful than a police officer these days. Naongea ukweli ama uongo? A goon can snatch your bag and the police officer will not ask him a question. Because that police officer, the same police officer, is the one that is using the goon to actually disrupt demonstrations that are well protected in our constitution. I'm dealing with a case in my county, and I know you saw it on TV. A few young people came together and said they are going to come out and demonstrate because of a hospital that is actually seriously in problem. It's called the Sierra Level 4 Hospital. It is in a very remote area of Embu. Those people who don't know Embu. Very remote area. It's a level 4 hospital that the county government has neglected, has left it to dogs. So the young people came on the streets. They decided to march to the hospital, march to some county office, and say that we need better healthcare systems. Not for themselves, but for the community of Eshiara in Bere North. By the time those demonstrations were over, 2 young people had died of bullets. In a remote area where even a shop, I went there was no shops around where you can say that there are people who wanted to steal. And I was wondering why use of such humongous force against the young people. 8 of those people have bullets, some in their chests, others in their legs, just because they were actually asking for the right of their people. There is a reason why, and somebody put it rightly, that we can be peaceful, but we can be forcefully silenced. One of the mistakes that we can do as young people is buy fear, kununua uoga. Hiyo bei, kama uko na pesa ya kununua uoga, rudisha hiyo pesa kwa mfuko. The fact of the matter is, there is a big force so that our voices can be put down. But I would propose that we magnify our voices, we fight, we ensure that we fight for the right of the young people and protect the gains that the Constitution 2010 came with in the young people. Because I'm finishing up. The issue of IDs and voter registration, people might take it for granted. But if something that the system is scared of, and I want you to check the pattern of interferences of those serious campaigns that young people are doing. There is a big, big fight to ensure that there is nothing that consolidates the young people of this. There is something that tells young people, no, let's remain, just casual talk, and we don't get to do the rightful at the ballot. I would propose you guys, as the leaders of this place, please, Tukokadi initiative, all those initiatives in place, that vote to say something that even what we say on social media is not being said. That is the vote that is going to tell people that leadership is not something that we are begging for. We want it. And many of you will also benefit from the young people registering as voters. I've heard people say about NYC, the program of elections in NYC. I want to say clearly that my interaction with the CEO of NYC is actually something that is very sad. That organization that is meant to give voice to the young people has never gotten funding, has never been considered in the budget. I wonder why we are going for elections before we empower the same organization. My proposal is election of our NYC must be aligned with the election of every regime that comes in, even in 2027. And we need to have an NYC that benefits from resources that come from political parties, because that is our young people's program. And we need to empower it, putting resources so that they can be able to move around and have power when it comes to pushing the agenda of the young people. Last but not least, I want to say that on matters of ID, it's a bigger crisis than even what I've seen being handed by some gentlemen here. The 2.3 million voters and young people that have not gotten IDs. And I would like to hear ideas of how to magnify this voice. We have brought it in Parliament. We have seen the jokes that are happening with the Ministry of Interior. And I've called for resignation of the CS Interior many times. Myself, even yesterday in the news. Because we can't have a Minister of Interior that instead of focusing on registration of IDs by the young people, fighting banditry, fighting for the right of the police officers themselves, is actually trying to kill young people with the same guns and having these interruption of rallies with tear gas. And that is something that we need to actually magnify and talk about many times. I don't want to add more than that. I will stop there. God bless you. Asante sana. Comrades, tuendelee kujituma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you so much, Chairman. If you could sign for us. A better applause for the chair. Thank you so much and for gracing our occasion this day. We are very grateful. So ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to our second last session. And may we be upstanding? May we all be upstanding? May we all be upstanding? Thank you. It's good we all pass through nursery. So call the rain, guys. Call the rain. Stretch it higher, higher. We will not look at your armpits. Just stretch it up. All right, let's do the lower one. Pick something down. Move your hip to the right. Move your hip to the left. All right, do it with the music. Let me see you dance a bit. Let me see you dance a bit. You're getting it. You are getting it. Do you understand Donjo Mabel? Anyway, thank you so much. You may have your seat. Next, I would like to invite the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. They'll take us through a brief panel discussion, very insightful comments. We have Lucy, we have Nigel, we have John. At this particular session, ladies and gentlemen, may we clap as we invite David Baraza from the CMD Kenya. A better round of applause.
My hands, your waist, my heart. Awe kuna ni kuna kuna ni kuna kuna. My lips, your lips, they touch. We kiss una ni kuna kuna.
Thank you so much. Thank you, DJ. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is David from the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. I'll be your moderator for the upcoming session that we intend to take a little under 40 minutes because we are really stretched on time. So I'd like to ask my panelists to join me up on stage. In the spirit of ladies first, I'd like to call upon Lucy Siombua, who is a youth development practitioner in Kitui County. Clap for Lucy. Simpigie tu makofi mpaka afike hapa. Next on stage, I'd like to invite Nigel Otieno, who is the PWD coordinator for the Kenya African National Union, KANU. Wapi makofi yake?
Alexis on the beat. Weka mziki.
Unaekea mziki. Well, next up on stage is a civic educator from Uraia Trust. His name is John Kamande. Wapi makofi ya John?
Leo lazima nyama kwa wingi, ugali kidogo, pombe kwa wingi, chesa kidogo, mapenzi kwa wingi, chuki kidogo.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, the session is about democracy that delivers. We're looking at how do we strengthen youth-responsive institutions for sustainable development. So right away, John Kamande, let me get your perspective. Inclusion, of course, is a requisite factor to, building peaceful communities, right? And from that then, what does a youth-responsive institution mean in practice?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. If you can see me, please wave. Yeah, I think it's a good place to start. We are discussing SDG 16 and just envisioning what a youth-responsive institution looks like. First of all, perhaps to provide basis. In the last assessment of implementation of the SDGs, we noted that SDG 16 is one that lags behind. And you'd ask yourself why. SDG 16 encompasses a lot of issues, including inclusion, including corruption, or accountable institutions and just societies. And so when you ask me about youth-responsive institutions, number one is one that recognizes the immense power of the demographic quotient of young people. We constitute around 75% of our total population here in Kenya. So a youth-responsive institution is one that acknowledges that and not only uses them as participants, but active policy actors in terms of decision making. The second thing is about the design of how they make decisions. And I think this is a very critical aspect. Any institutions that says or claims to be youth-responsive is one that relies heavily on frequent and constant and meaningful consultations of young people. And it's not only consultations, because you can be called here to give your views, but that ultimately does not make it into the final decision-making platform. Then very lastly, is a youth that recognizes, an institution that recognizes the diversities among young people. Seated in this auditorium, we have different sets of young people. We have some of you who have graduated. I was sitting next to an engineering graduate. We have someone who is still in school. We have young people who work in informal settlement. We have young people perhaps who are employed. So an institution that calls itself youth responsive should be able to acknowledge these diversities of young people, because it's important that it recognizes and it uses its own decision-making platforms to amplify the various and the unique needs of these young people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's some firm foundation for the next question that now brings in Nigel Otieno, who is the PWD coordinator at the KANU party, Kenya African National Union. So Nigel, you coordinate the PWD League at KANU, and I would want to hear from an inclusion perspective. So how well are the institutions political parties, of course, being the institutions of reference here, how well are they responding to the diverse needs of the young people, especially persons with disability?
Thank you, Baraza. Good afternoon, everyone. One thing that we must acknowledge is that in the question of responsiveness of institutions to, youth representation, we are lagging way behind. That is, all institutions cutting across, be they political parties, be they, corporations, be they government agencies, we're lagging way behind. A very huge challenge in political parties is that for a very long time, and I see my fellow friends from political parties within this audience, is that if you look at political parties, there has always been a challenge of patronage. Patronage where for any young person to get into any space of significant influence, they must have, quote unquote, a godfather in those spaces. And it impedes the participation of young people in these spaces. Specifically, political parties, if you look keenly, you realize that even the representation now of persons with disability, where I serve as kind of a coordinator of the league, it is very difficult. And I must attest to this. The quest that we are having is to ensure that we have as many people with disability participate in political spaces, and especially the young people, because we do understand that every other time we have had conversations around young people are leaders of tomorrow, and that has been clearly debunked in the sessions that have preceded this particular session. But you get to realize that young people don't get that exact involvement, as my friend has said, that is so critical in ensuring that they are custodians of their own futures. Because even when you talk about the next generations, my personal belief is that there is no generation that lives for itself. Every other generation lives for the next. And if you look at the current demographic, the current young people, we are living for the next generation. And in basic terms, we are the legal proxies of the generations that are coming next. And so if you look at political parties, they play a very critical role in ensuring that youth voice is heard, persons with disabilities are heard, but there's still a very grappling, deep entrenched challenge of patronage, gatekeeping that is still there. I'd like to say, and this is not me drumming support for my party, but in Kanu we have seen, a tremendous change. An example of myself, I am a PWD in the party. I serve in the National Elections Board. Just from coming here, we were assessing, our chances of clinching positions in the upcoming by-elections next month on 14th. I serve in the strategic team of the party. I am the PWD coordinator. And so you realize I can drum support for my party because I have been included. I get to give out perspectives which are heard, and at the end of the day, influence the direction in which we take as a party. Yep.
All right, that's interesting. So Lucy Siombo, you do a lot at the grassroots level, and still, of course, building on to what the gentlemen have highlighted. Then, what are the real opportunities and constraints in implementing youth responsive development at the county level, of course the grassroots? And in this respect, we are not necessarily just looking at SDG 16, which is now underpinning this conversation, but entirely because each SDG goal has got a linkage to the other, from SDG number 1 to the very last Sustainable Development Goal.
Okay, thank you, David, for the opportunity. So coming from Kitui County, we have, and being part of the civic actors in the grassroots, it has enabled opportunities, proximity with the communities. You find that dealing with a community that you understand better is much easier than having to, invite people from the Nairobi or other places to come and deal with them. People really trust the people that they know very much. So we have also, the opportunities that are there, and there are existing youth structures. We have started a movement in Kitui. It's called Kitui Youth Connect, and we meet with, we enlighten each other. We have done advocacy across the county and everything. But then, when it comes to the constraints, we have limited funding. Most of the donors want, movements or groups that have been existing for quite a while. So when you go to a donor with a movement or an organization that is just starting or mushrooming, they won't trust you because they have not yet seen what you can do. The other one is, lack of structural engagement platforms. You find that in as much as we want to air our views or, we want to advocate for our fellow youths, there are no, structures that we can use to air our nini. So we are left with our issues not being addressed.
All right, thank you so much. I'll come back to John. You are a civic educator, and of course, you've been a bit vocal out there in terms of ensuring that you advance young people's, engagement in civic and democratic processes, SDGs implementation, of course, being part of that. And of course, the whole goal is that we want that engagement to stem from a place of information, right? So I want you to respond to this in twofold. Number one, so then what role does civic education play in strengthening youth participation in governance and largely the implementation of sustainable development goals? And number two, how then can we redesign civic education to make young people not necessarily just agents, but move beyond being agents of advancement of SDGs, but then also hold responsible institutions to account?
Thank you, Baraza. And I like the fact that you have underscored the power of access to information in terms of achievement and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Where I work at Uraia Trust, we've existed for the last 20 years, and our core mandate is civic education. Well, when you look at it, perhaps ourselves, we are a public benefit organization. We're only existing to complement what the government is doing. And I want it to be very clear from the onset. It's the duty of government to provide civic education. It's the duty of government. Let me ask, how many of you have attended a civic education session that has been sponsored by government, a government agency, a ministry, a department, or any government entity? Do we have any? Do we have any? Like right now, we are doing, IBC is doing voter registration. Is there anyone who has had an opportunity to attend an IBC session that is targeting to educate voters? Because there's a lot of misinformation. Because IBC itself is a government agency. The duty of civic education is one of the core mandates of the commission. The County Government Act under Section 10 mandates all county governments to provide civic education. Is there anyone who has attended a civic education session by a county government, by their county government? Yes, which county? Nairobi City County. Yeah, perhaps that's one of the very few I've heard about. And it's because increasingly we are seeing civic education being left at the periphery. And the unfortunate thing is, when we have citizens who do not know their rights, who do not appreciate their responsibilities, it is never going to be possible for us to transform this country. The same to the SDGs. And I think I've been sitting here since morning. The conversation about SDGs being very aware to as many young people as possible is something that we need to discuss. I don't know, we are here in Nairobi, perhaps most of you have come from Nairobi or neighboring counties, but I want you to envision a young person perhaps in West Pokot County, one of the remotest places in this country. when you ask them about what are SDGs, can they be able to translate that, or can they be able to speak confidently about the 17 global goals? Is it possible? It is very, very dire. Sinikweli. But you see, what they do there every day, perhaps it's a farmer, they contribute to a particular goal. Yeah? So that traces the core function of civic education in implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we should look at civic education not only as an enabler, but a very, very core driver of achievement of these global goals. And I think, to answer you, Baraza, I think civic education has three main ways it can complement, or it can fast track the implementation of the SDGs. Number one is to empower people to demand for accountability. And I'm very impressed that we have here people who make decisions at legislative bodies. People need to understand what Kenya committed to when it signed to of course, the treaty or the Agenda 2030 in 2015. We have been told it is one of the few countries across the world that demonstrated huge investments and huge successes from the Millennium Development Goals. And it was one of the countries that made the commitment as soon as possible when we were transitioning to the SDGs to be able to fully commit to the achievement of the goal. So we as citizens need to be fully aware of how we can keep our government in check and ask them, how far are we in terms of achievement of Goal 1, Goal 2, Goal 17? That's the first part. The second thing, civic education in itself is another very core mandate in enabling institutions that are mandated in implementing. And I'm talking about an array of government and non-government agencies. For instance, we have so many ministries, departments, and agencies that are mandated towards the implementation of the goals. Yeah. So, for instance, if we are talking about goal, let's say Goal 5, we have the National Gender and Equality Commission. We have the Ministry of Gender and Social Services and what have you. So, civic education in itself, and where we are seated here, and I think it's historical, the Kenya School of Government exists to build capacity of government actors, particularly people working in the public service, to better deliver on their mandates. So civic education comes in, and I think this is a platform where government people, and I think there are an array of courses, perhaps you have seen even in the pamphlets that are being distributed. Government people come here to acquire knowledge and to build their capacity to deliver on their mandate. That in itself is civic education. I don't know in terms of access of this kind of platforms. I don't know, and I cannot comment on behalf of them, but it's really important that government people also receive capacity building and civic education for that matter, so that they can be able to deliver better on their mandate. And then thirdly and lastly is when we have both government or duty bearers empowered, and we have citizens on the other hand, of course, more aware and are demanding for accountability, there's a trust fabric that is going to be established, which is going to build what we call mutual accountability between duty bearers and right holders. And I think that's the catch. Very lastly, on the second part of your question, you have asked about how are we going to reimagine moving forward, utilizing civic education as a driver of the achievement of the goals. Number one, I think we need to move from awareness to agency building, because civic education is not only knowing about your rights. And I think in our historical existence as Uraia, we started by capacitating Kenyans with the knowledge that they have a right. But apart from that, we moved a further step forward and asked them, apart from having your rights, you need to have your responsibilities. So it's a two-way thing. And then increasingly we are seeing one of the things that is lacking, because we have quite a number of people who are empowered in Kenya. We have people who are acting, are taking their a step forward to account or to demand for accountability. That's the other part. But what we're lacking again is a fabric of nationhood and values, because that's really important for us to be able to achieve some of these in targets and indicators of the Sustainable Development Goals. Secondly, people keep talking about the awakened wave of young people since the Gen Z protests, and we need to harness on that. But yet again, we need to ask ourselves, how do we move this online or the existing agitation of young people into actual sustainable policy outcomes? And that's the catch, where we need to fully invest and fully trust on how we can be able to capacitate the youth voice moving forward to be able to achieve this. Lastly, and I know I'm sorry for taking quite some time, the SDGs are coming to an end in 2030. That's the deadline. And I know people have said 4 years. I think for me, it's 3 years because you only have 2027, right? It's 3 years or less. So there are conversations already that are starting with regard to what's going to happen next in terms of our alignment to planning globally beyond 2030. And I know there are conversations, for instance, for what we call the Pact for the Future. Yeah, discussions are already starting to form. It is the right time now to ensure that young people are in those spaces to inform what they have experienced so far or what they are going to, of course, what they think needs to be central and core in terms of how we as a global, the global solidarity needed moving forward as a nation, as local governments, as citizens at the grassroots, so that we can redefine the coming generation, because we all have a duty to ensure that we achieve the sustainable development goals beyond. And I think that is part of the discussion that is going to form the outcomes of this week in your communique. Thank you.
Thank you for those insights. Well, just to reiterate that then, against the lapsing timeline, now you mentioned it's 3 years, it's a little under 4 years to be sure. Part of then what we need to be asking ourselves as young people is, you know, we were given sustainable development goals probably by the time they were being developed, and you know, like the transition from MDGs to SDGs, some of us are a little young to be able to contribute to these conversations. But then now we have an opportunity to make our voices count in the upcoming global development frameworks, and such is the upcoming 12th session of the Africa regional SDGs, regional sustainable development goals session. Part of what we're looking at from this is that we have a position paper that then gives the perspective of the young people in terms of where is our space and where do we want to see our voice in the upcoming global framework, global development frameworks, for that matter. And so then this pushes the question a little bit towards the institutional component of the implementation. And so I want to come to Nigel, who again coordinates the PWD leagues at KANU, and quite a number of you as well who might be doing a lot of other initiatives that are geared towards advancing inclusivity, you know, whether it's in the lens of gender or persons with disability, and collectively as young people. Of course, there exists barriers. We will want to know what are some of the barriers, but then with specificity to young people with disabilities in terms of influencing policy development priorities in political parties. For example, somebody was giving, my colleague Tracy was giving the example of UDA about better. So in your own community from the political party, what are those barriers? And is there room for you, young people? And is that the picture with all the political parties, that young people with disability are also given the room to contribute to the influence of policy? And number two, then how can these governance institutions, including political parties, better integrate youth decision-making structures, including the influence of policies, that your voice subsequently actually counts, and we can look ahead, you know, post-2030 and say, this is the contribution of young people who probably sat at the Kenya School of Government on 23rd of April, 2026, and yes, we see a manifestation of their collective aspiration.
Thank you, Baraza. I'd like to first assert the importance of engagement in political parties. Edwin mentioned this, and it carries a lot of weight. In my interaction with fellow young people, I have realized there are often tendencies to disqualify politics or political parties. And I want to believe that to this point, we are fully aware that politics control the narrative. And in its basic definition, politics, you know, is the allocation of resources, where the people who are involved define who gets what, when, and where. And so further continuance of not engaging in political parties or one-on-one engaging with politics further puts us in a disadvantaged place. Second is that there exist challenges, as I had highlighted earlier, but we can't be naysayers to our own future, because we do understand the essence and importance that engaging in political activities carry for the essence of securing our future. So there are challenges, but in those challenges, we have to come out, we have to be seen. And so my very first recommendation will to let us ensure that these institutions, and specifically political parties and, the political parties that are represented here, I can see my friend from WIPA, ODM, let us try and make and incentivize politics as much as possible. Every other time we talk about election cycle, there's always the question of campaign financing. For you to be an MCA in Kenya today, you have to spend about 3.8 million, all right, averagely, all right? For you to be an MP, you have to spend up close to 18 to 20 million. And those are huge amounts of money that the young people who want to have a clear footing in their future cannot be able to afford. You cannot tell a young person who wants to actively participate in the matters governance of their future that they need 3.8 million to campaign for a mere position of an MCA. And if you look at the statistics, it is showing, because in the 2022 general election, we only had about 20% of young people in the county assemblies. You've not looked at the National Assembly, you've not looked at the Senate. And so incentivizing politics makes it easier, and I understand there's constantly been engagements and conversations on how ORPP could ensure that this matter of campaign financing is tackled, but it really needs to be done deliberately. Because if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, last year, when the SG of UN was giving a report on the status of the development goals from 2015, he said that it is only 35% of the goals that are on track, all right? For about 48 to 55% are sort of stagnant. About 18% have regressed, all right? And he said that the major reason for this is because SDGs have not been treated with the urgency that they deserve, all right? You look at all the SDGs, you will almost always narrow them down to one essential human component, and that is the dignity of the human life. If you look at zero poverty, dignity. If you look at health, dignity. If you look at education, dignity. If you look at all of them, equality, matters quality, it narrows down to the dignity of the human life. And so governments, our own government, has to make sure that they understand, they realize that we are talking about the life who are going to take the mantles of power to take this nation to the next step. The second thing, I would suggest that, we have, I remember one of the people from KYPA who was saying that they fronted the name of 100 young people to the government and they were given jobs. I'd suggest that, let us have a policy around this. The government, the boards, the appointments, at least let 30% of those, right, be held by young people, because that is the only way that we are going to be certain that on that table where critical decisions are being made, we are at the center of all of it. And all this, it is not going to be possible if it is not backed by law. Yeah, and I love the trajectory of the question. How do we make these continuously and constantly work for us? Let us have 30% of our youth membership in boards, state boards, held by young people. And then lastly, I feel that institutionalizing NYC and giving it more power will better our chances. Because if you look at the 2009 Act that brought us the NYC, the core idea was to ensure that the gap between the young people and the government is narrowed. All right? It is sad, and the chair of KYPS said clearly that this institution has not received funding almost from the time that it was, incepted, right? And so it is a very big challenge, but I am a firm supporter that NYC is strategically positioned for us as young people to air our voices and also to ensure that representation. Now, whether it is going to be effective, also it is subject to the individuals who we are going to put there. And so as we talk about Nikokadi Challenge, I'd love to rally all of us who have shown interest and who will be interested into also wanting to vie for the NYC positions in July, to go for them, because those are the tiny baby steps that are taking us to the right direction.
Thank you. So two things you highlighting is one, deliberate measures towards, enabling, creating an enabling environment for young people to thrive on that frontier, and two, trying to look at policy propositions and reinvigorate institutions like the National Youth Council that have the mandate to advance that agenda. Interesting. Now, I'll do the last round of questions, then we'll come to the audience to hear what you have to say. So Lucy, again, there's a lot that you're doing at the local level. It's my opinion that, like all politics is local, sustainable development goals are local as well, right? Again, in twofold. So, from what you are doing at that level in Kitui County, to be specific, can you point out some of the things that can be upscaled at the national level? And two, some of the practical interventions from a county level perspective that have succeeded, that can be borrowed, and again, just to hear your perspective from the contributions that you've had, yourself as a young person and within your community and what you've been doing. Have you seen any of those contributions in the VLRs, the voluntary local reviews, and in this past, or do you anticipate to see any of those contributions in the upcoming voluntary national reviews and the subsequent global development frameworks?
Okay, Baraza, I think at this point I have to be honest. And honest in the sense that when we come to the SDGs are well articulated at the national and global platforms. But when we come to the grassroots, like for instance, Kitui, many young people don't know what SDGs are. They don't know how to apply them into their day-to-day lives, and that has been a challenge. Unfortunately, sometime last year, the CMD Kenya came to bring the SDG workshop in Kitui, and the person that was leading the discussion asked us to write one SDG that we are involved in, and to my surprise, 60% of the attendants didn't know what SDGs are. So I wish we would, decentralize the SDGs, like these platforms. We take them to the mashinani so that people can really understand what is happening, because the people at the grassroots don't know what is happening, especially with the SDGs. And when we decentralize the engagements to the county level, at least we will have we will have brought every youth at par to actually know what SDGs is. Because at this moment, not every youth knows what SDGs are and how they are applied in day-to-day life. And again, youths at the grassroots would be considered, especially with forums and workshops pertaining the SDGs, to bring them to at par with whatever we are doing. When it comes to the interventions, we have a movement. As I had said, I am from Kitui Youth Connect. Kitui Youth Connect has bridged, it has bridged the information gaps and increased awareness among the youth and the community. One challenge that we have, if we all know, if you want rumors, go to the villages. There are a lot of rumors. Ukifika huko grassroots, rumors ni mob. And everyone knows something. And trying to, make them unlearn that is very hard. It's very hard. So at times we have, it takes us a lot to actually explain these things to people. And for us as KYC, we have decided that bringing SDGs to our day-to-day spaces is what we're going to embrace. Because the CVR that took place, we engaged the youths and actually told them about SDGs and what we are doing. This is not about, voter registration. Under SDGs, it is under SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Yeah. So we're trying to onboard. Our people are still outside. We're trying to onboard them to the SDGs thing and understanding what SDGs are and everything. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, just as you wrap up, what and how does that look like?
Yes, we have tried approaching the county government. For us, we believe that I am a Christian, and there's a verse that tells us that the kingdom of God suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. You don't have to wait to be invited to those spaces. You invite yourself. So we have written appointment letters to our officials. We have met them in their offices, because when we wait from the ground for them to invite you, it will never happen. So we have written to them, we have had conversations. A month ago, they actually approved a youth policy that we had suggested, but they failed us because they didn't involve us in, implementation. We were left with the suggestion and everything, but the decision making, just as Chairman has said, he has said that the youths are for entertainment. When it came to the decision making, they decided for us. They didn't involve us. And so we've been asking, how is this our thing? And we have not been involved. So yeah, we have tried. There has been progress. Let me say, there has been partial progress, but we have not yet reached or attained an amicable dialogue with the county government. But we're still trying, we're still pushing.
All right, so young people are still not on the table, but they squarely sit on the menu, right? Tunakuwa fried. And the other thing she's bringing up is that there are some of us who do not know what SDGs are. So I have a challenge in like a minute. I want somebody to mention all the SDGs goals. So you stand up, you look towards that end, and you mention all the 17 SDGs, 500 bob. Going once, going twice. So stand up. You raised your hand, right? Kuja. Wacha tuone kama illiteracy iko within us, ama iko mashinani. So when usimame pale Kimberly yako, Kimberly is ready with the microphone. And you look towards that door. And you mention the 17. Yes. Haya, uko. Okay.
Is it all? Okay. So number 1, we have no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 4, quality education. Number 5, gender equality. Number 6, clean water and sanitation. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. Number 8, decent work and economic growth. Number 9,
Twende.
Number 9, we have. Sorry.
Where?
Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Number 10, we have reduced inequalities. Number 11, we have sustainable cities and communities. Number 12, we have responsible consumption and production. Number 13, we have climate action. Number 14, we have life underwater. Number 15, we have life on land. Number 16, we have peace, justice, and strong institutions. Number 17, we have partnerships.
Another round of applause to the lady. Unajua nimezoea kudea watu, leo nitashangaa. Usi wa kudea. So 500 bob for your airtime for that. We want to pick a couple of questions from the audience. So if you have, and then this is how we're going to run it. We are really like time stretched. Please concretize your question into one ask. Do not pile a layer of questions after another, so that we also save ourselves. We are really breaching our very own constitutional proclamation in Article 42 or 43. Access to what? Access to what? It's Article on hunger. It says a lot about that, yeah. Sasa nyinyi ndio mnasema watu wa ushago hajui. Kumbe ushago iko hapa. Yes? Where's the question? All right.
Okay, so my name is Ian Okesam, and my questions are directed to Nigel, because we're in the same field. So, I myself, I'm a person who has gone through both mental and physical disability. And this made it such a passion for me. Because for one thing, I've been trying to be a disability facilitator, but imagine I was told I was not disabled enough. How dare they? So, that is basically stigma. You're discriminating me because I don't have something, I don't have a crutch, or I'm not blind. Senior. And that is something that is happening to many more people who don't have the voice to speak it up. But for me, you know me, even in 2017, I faced paralysis because of doctors' misdiagnosis. It started when I went crazy in campus. When I got to hospital, when the doctors had I'd gone crazy, they assumed I was a drug addict, as I always do anyway. So they started detoxifying me for drugs that were not there till I ended up paralyzed. And I remained paralyzed for 4 whole months while I was being taken care of at home. Until the day I received a WhatsApp video of my classes praying for my healing, and that was my turning moment. Because I not only healed from the paralysis, but also became an extrovert. And here I am now. A talking miracle. Yes! So, on to the point. Nigel, I'm glad you also have a disability and you are doing something about it. And I'm very proud of you for that. So, but there's still gaps. Where is the place for people with mental disabilities in the society? For sure. We're not recognized. People, like, it took a long time for mental illness to be recognized as a disability. Because most people think disability, they think of something physical. But mental is actually the worst. Because you can't see it. Because what you can't see, you don't know how to deal with. Am I not right? Exactly. So you need to take care of people with mental illnesses, Bana. People are struggling out here. Because even me, the move I took in handling my mental illnesses is sharing my lived experience. To show people that there's life after any diagnosis. Because that is the reality I came to learn after God healed me from the paralysis. Before you start crying.
Thank you so much. I think that really throws some spanner in the works. It's a dimension that most of us have not been able to look at, especially in those lanes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamara from University of Nairobi, and I have a question to the beautiful lady. My question is, you've talked about saying that hakuna structures. Is the problem kama shida ni hakuna structures ama shida ni the access to the structures? Because there's a lot of structures. Kuna the media, kuna the CSOs, kuna the ward representatives. So is the problem the access or the problem there's no structure? And another question is, you've talked about funding of organization. Have you considered collaborating with the existing organization to get fund? Or what are the challenges you're facing right now? Yeah, thank you so much.
Next. There are two hands at the front.
Yes, Manali Jose. My first question. Mic check. Okay. Why is it actually in 2015 and 2023 the judiciary ruled out that the NGCDF was unconstitutional to be managed by MPs? Mimi nauliza, what is shida iko wapi MPs wakireduciwa kazi, so that because constitutionally wanasema the responsibility MPs ni oversight and representation. Why is it that hawataki kupunguziwa kazi so that hizi NGCDF ifanywe na watu wengine? Alafu lastly, the question about representation, because in most of the houses, the National Assembly and the county assemblies, hatuna representation, because ukiangalia youth representatives, they are very old people representing PWDs, hata wenyewe si PWDs. So there is nothing about us without us. Sasa nauliza, representation, how are you pushing the issue of representation kwa hizi houses, Senate, National Assembly na county level?
Kimberly, there's a hand.
Good afternoon. Kwa kawaida huwa sisimami. I let my voice speak for me. Lakini leo ibibidi nisimame, and you'll know why shortly. Jina ni Kalonji. I'm the team lead for policy and strategy kwa Youth League pale PNU. PNU ni Party of National Unity. Kwa wale hamjui. Mmezoea ODM, mmezoea UDA, the vocal ones, but PNU, sisi tuko ngangari na peace. My point. Mwanzo kabisa ningependa kukuwa the voice for this youth. Na ningependa kusema hivi. Organize. Next time, mkiorganize forum ya vijana, pale kwa Youth SDGs Week. Room imejaa na vijana. You cannot have a panel seated there and only have 6 people speak. We have more than 100 people. These are very many opinions. At least have up to 10. It is not upon us to regulate time, sisi kama participants, and I'll also like to define 2 terms zenye hutumika. Kuna attendees na participants. An attendee comes to sit and listen. Pale tukiandika, tukijaza kwa zile forms, tuliandika nini? A participant participates. Kwa hayo, next time, and I'm trying to be as polite as possible. Next time, organizers, mkileta participants, tafadhali, let them participate. Waonge. Venye mtapanga masaa, hiyo ni yenu. Sisi, tukija, as participants, acha tuonge. Kama mlitaka attendees, mngejua wenye watakuja waketi, wasikize, waondoke. Ama, saizi tuko na AI, you can easily put AI, kukuwe na panel, mtu akiongea, mneka ka sound, ka watu wakiklap. You see? But please, it's not like we do not have things to attend to. We have things to attend to. Some of us are representing people. Ukiona Kalonji hapa, she's representing a whole constituency. I come from Embakasi Central. I'm a peace building specialist, a community development strategist. Mimi na fall under your SDG 16. Someone said, the absence of war is not the presence of peace. Watu wamekimya hapa, lakini acha niwaambie. Saizi nikianza kuimba hatutapiga kelele, hatutapiga kelele, wenye watanijoin hapa watakuwa na wengi. Na hivyo ndio, most of these sessions, they are excellent. You have brilliant ideas when organizing for such forums. But you mess up by doing the wrong thing. Wale wenye walikuwa hapa the first panel, and in fact I'm pissed to say the least.
Please ask the question in the interest of time.
Okay, next, tafadhali. Wacheni panel ya vijana itangulie kabla the titled men. So they can also, so the titled men can pick up ideas and incentives and activities that can inform policies zenye wanaenda kuimplement. Isije wao wanaongea mwanzo wanaondoka, sisi tunabaki tukijiongelesha, nani atasikia? Comrades power. Comrades power. Nimesema jina ni nani? Yours truly. I work with the community, for the community, and the community. Shukran sana.
All right. So on that note, I'd really want to run a little bit of a strict Samia Suluhu regime. In the interest of time, something inside me is really burning to revert to that, but it's subject for another day. Are we done with the questions? Okay, let us allow the panelists some time to respond to that set of questions, or is it short? Okay. Sawa.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan, and my question is simple. They say Kenya is a democratic state. That means power is vested on the people. And the maandamano, alias civic agitation on the streets, is one of the ways that the youth take part in giving out their views. But nobody is talking about the deaths of the youth. So my question is, at what point is the freedom of expression in peaceful protest a hate speech, defamation, and a threat to national security, especially towards the youth? Thank you.
That's very solid. John, you respond to that. So if the questions are done, can we start with Lucy Siomboa? Please keep it short.
Okay, the first question was from a lady at that point. I'm sorry, I couldn't get your name. But then when the description of a youth in Kitui County is different from what everyone else knows. A youth is anyone between the age of 18 to 35. But when you come to Kitui County and ask anyone who a youth is, they will tell you ni mtu bado hajaomoka. If you're still hustling and you are in your early 40s, early 50s, you're still a youth. And those are the people that represent us in the county, youth leaders, which has been so unfortunate. So when I said we lack structures, it is true. There are no structures. And for the structures that are available, there is limited access to them. And the second question you asked about the finances, right? We tried writing proposals to several people to fund us and everything, and it didn't come as we expected. And so our plan B was partnering with existing organizations. That is what we have done. We have partnered with several organizations. CMD is part of them, Siasa Place, PEN, and right now we have progress we in terms of sensitizing the youths from Kitui County about SDGs. At least they know what SDGs are, and they can they have a clue. Yes, and it's something that we are working on. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Eric, for your question, and happy for you seeing that you're getting well. Stigma is personally, because of time, I'll not delve into my story, but I was not born disabled. My disability is acquired. And one of the things I have had to grapple with for a very long time, when you see me seated and speak here, is that thing that Eric has called stigma. All right? I feel that this is something that we just have to be human after all. You know, embracing the spirit of Ubuntu, acknowledging that I am because you are. And we exist in an ecosystem where our lives are interdependent, all right? So each and every one of us are not existing in a vacuum. My life influences yours, yours influences mine, all right? And so I'd rally that let us be more human to each other. Let us be more human so that we understand the struggles that other people are going through. Be empathetic. Put yourself in the shoe of that other person who has a challenge, is disabled, and want to understand life from their lenses. It is going to help us move forward together in solidarity. Two, this challenge greatly comes from disaggregated data. Now, we must have aggregated data in the sense that let us understand, all right, if it is the National Council of Persons with Disability, categorize the disabilities as they are supposed to be categorized, and let us have, when we are having census, when we are, don't just generalize, when you are asking, is there a disabled person in this household, let them also clearly outline the type of disability so that the National Council can be able to have this data. And if there's any person from the National Council here, tafadhali, you guys play a very pivotal and critical role in also civic education. Imambia civic education and engagement, say ya gava peke yake. There are very many civil societies here, and National Council falls under the government of the day. And so they have to make sure that, you know, the masses are made aware. We are not separated, all right? It is not when we are talking about PWD issues. It's like, by the way, I am often of the contrary opinion when women say that women understand women issues better, so that they must speak about women issues. Manze, if at all we are to tackle these things as a society together, let men also understand those issues that women are saying that we have to streamline or highlight them in this particular way. The same way with matters PWD. Let every time we talk about issues of disability, let everyone in the room talk about these things. Because right now, in the spirit of what Kalonji has said, if I were with a wheelchair today and I was a panelist, I have not seen a ramp here. It means I would have to be carried. Do you know what that means emotionally for a person? It takes away their independence. All right? And so I want to urge also, in the spirit of what Kalonji said, that as we are organizing also, let us make these spaces accessible. We have a sign language interpreter. Thank you so much for doing that. But that is not enough accessibility. Let us open it up so that every other person can be able to access these spaces. And on a rallying charge, I want to challenge us, possibly, that any other time to invite you to an event, as an attendee or as a participant, Kalonji, tukiona it's not accessible, in the spirit of oneness to liberate this country, to susia event, let us say we are not going to participate in this because it is not fully accessible. Thank you.
John, please keep it short.
Thank you very much. I think just to respond to the two remaining questions, one by the gentleman at the middle about NCGDF, CDF. The reason why you see there's a lot of repression from the political class, it's because they want to serve their interests. And let me tell every young person who is listening, the mistake does not happen when we elect them. The mistakes happen when we go to the ballot, because that's where the problem starts. The MPs have been shooting down efforts to align the NCGF fund into what is required by the constitution. CDF is illegal, but they want to keep it there because they know it serves their interest. To the lady who spoke about the issues about reparations and protests, and I think if you ask me, if there is one indicator or target that has been violated, it's that one on 16.6, accountable and transparent institutions. We know very well about who did this. I think it was 60 deaths, 1,200 arrests, and perhaps even, is it 70 abductions and enforced disappearances? Yeah, those statistics are there. We are not seeing anything that the government is doing. And there was an attempt, and please allow me to say this without fear of contradiction, by the ruling regime to say they are compensating. Perhaps the delay is happening because they know the elections is coming. Do not forget what happened in 2024. Do not let those souls go to rest. Don't make that mistake, because we have been calling for this. We know funding has been made for so many other things. Understand there are begging bowls always in State House, giving and dishing out money. But you don't empower the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights to actually do its work thoroughly, because there are so many grievances that are coming out. As I close, and I think this is important, SDG 16 defines the crisis of the Kenyan democracy. We need, for the remaining 3 or 4 or less than 4 years coming, we need to activate and we need to translate our agitation into action. This is called the decade of action, not for any reason, but because we must at least make progress towards this. Right now, we are at a moment of reckoning, and young people, we have the power to redefine and claim back our country. Please, make sure when that time comes and you make decisions, we do not forget about what has happened so far. Change is possible, and we can make it happen with our power. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As we wrap it up, I just want to throw a question to the panelists, then I'll move to my friend who mentioned the 16 Sustainable Development Goals. So could you please give us at least 2 policy actions that could help us strengthen youth engagement in the implementation of SDGs? So as you think about that, my friend there, probably just 2 institutional reforms that we could consider in the remaining 5 years to ensure that young people are central to the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Yes. So 2, and then I'll get 3 sentences or 2 sentences from you guys. That will be it.
So hi, my name is Phoebe Monari, popularly known as the SDGs diplomat. So could you please pardon the question?
Mention some, at least 2 institutional reforms that we could prioritize as a country, you know, in the remaining 5 years to ensure that youth are central, not just to the remaining 5 years, but even to post-2030 in terms of global development frameworks implementation. So that's SDGs and any other thing that might come post-SDGs.
Okay, so I would say that it is evident that most young people are not aware of what the Sustainable Development Goals are. And so maybe one of the things that the government could consider is introduce them to like universities, so we can have like some units that are focusing on the Sustainable Development Goals, because, you know, awareness and knowledge is one of the things that can help us accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals.
All right.
That's what I can think of as of now.
Fair enough.
Okay, the policy action, I'll start with something that I have been insisting.
Just give us that one. Then we'll pick the 2 from the air.
We have to decentralize opportunities to the grassroots youths. If we have to, you know, make progress, we have to involve and include the youth that are in the grassroots, and also invest in youth-led initiatives. Nimesema mbili pole. Invest and scale the youth-led initiatives. I had that.
Thank you.
Okay,
sorry.
sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next.
Pass the mic.
Okay, mine will be multilateralism has brought very many countries together, and the advantage is we can be able to benchmark. And so my policy suggestion will be copied from Wales. Wales passed Well-Being of Future Generations Act in 2015. We can mirror this by appointing a Future Generations Commission that ensures public bodies are legally required to prove that their decisions will not negatively affect the future generations probably in 20 or 30 years' time. Greatly speaks to the question of sustainability of decisions. That will be, I think, a very good place for us.
Thank you.
I think for me, it's about data. And I think it's important for us to always get it right. I would propose investments in providing accurate, timely, and data that speaks. Because without data, we may not be able to assess how far we are moving. And then very lastly, we need to ensure that civic education is funded, is operationalized, and it's done. Because that in itself is a core pillar in terms of making people understand not only about the SDGs, but taking actions towards achieving and accelerating the implementation.
Thank you so much. Please appreciate John, Lucy, and Nigel. Yeah. And appreciate me for moderating the session.
I was about to say they should appreciate you, but umeenda ahead.
Mitajiongelelea.
Let's appreciate him.
Yeah. For photo. And lastly, I just wanted to say that once again, my name is Baraza from CMD Kenya, and I am a good person. Thank you.
Makofi kwa Baraza and the team. Thank you. Please come down here and sign. Studio. Umesema hatupa? All right, thank you, studio. So very fast, I'll take 1 minute at most. Thank you so much to everyone who's been up here. Thank you for being very active participants. The fact that you raise your hands and we have a lot of participation means that you're following the conversations. We do not take that for granted. Also, I want us to note that there's a table up there. Please, may we turn our heads that way. The whole reason as to why they are seated there, they are called rapporteurs. Rapporteurs are capturing every single part of this conversation because it does not end here, and the whole outcome of this particular engagement ends up somewhere. When we talk about meaningful youth engagement, it does not end here. So our ED will tell us right after break, when we go after lunch, where this whole conversation ends up. Also, we are young people, and if you have a phone, let me see it up. If you have a phone, let me see it up. Very nice. Why am I asking? The conversation in the afternoon is very relevant to each one in this room. So ensure that after lunch, we only have 45 minutes for lunch, you are back in this room, because are we aware people are being arrested because of what you're posting? Elections is coming up. Once you're arrested and put in that cell, who are you going to call to come to your intervention? Communications Authority of Kenya will be in the room. They would tell you the do's and don'ts. There is misinformation about the SDGs. How are we supposed to post? The conversation in the afternoon will be very vital, so have your lunch as fast as possible and come back to this particular room. Also, when you come back early, Tunga Media Africa is right there. We are screening films, very short films. Feel free to walk into that room. We have the tents out there, the booths. Go and listen to what they have to say. Without much ado, dear participants, may we be up and enjoy our lunch. Meal cards are picked from that door. Eat as fast as possible. Thank you, guys. Digital space. We are very big on digital space, but how are we using the digital space? So that's why we have this particular engagement, not forgetting our theme, how we are accelerating youth-led solutions, accelerating SDGs. So without much ado, I'd like us to invite the young man who will be leading this session. We'll have a panel discussion, and all your comments are very valid. So to our panelists, please make your submissions as brief as possible so that we can hear more from participants. Si tumekubaliana sisi ni participants. All right, round of applause as we invite none other than, mupige tu makofi.
Kutoka kwa block, yani to get rich, to mock and short, nikilala macha maisha yangu kwa mikono ya God, madem kumbuke when I'm gone, mwendele kuplay our songs, eje na Emra do what's wrong, tulikuwa na dream ya kutoka kwa block, yani to get rich,
none other than Oscar Luchivia. Makofi as we invite Oscar.
When I'm gone, mwendele kuplay our songs, eje na Emra do what's wrong, sasa nalipa watch nikipull up na kirifle, society na dent na fumble. Watu wao wanacheki community kama ma-idol, wanatupenda juu tunaenda viral. Nilikuwa kwa mood mbaya, nikaseti kishash, nikakuwa idol. Kwa ground mambo ni nare, maboy wanafua reform, lakini wata reform maja na shajwe ganji toka na ndom. Niko safe, niko fit hizi zone, bazi ni show venye weni mbrong. Kama ni chamboge mshuwa
DJ unakata
pole man, yo, ama utapangwa. Bresh yako stick na mgun, uko east, ama tamangwa. Pereka, uko kitani, tajali, hautalambwa. Mkono zime try to mseta ni try, ataganda. For real. Tulikuwa na dream ya kutoka kwa block, yani to get rich, to mock and short, nikilala macha maisha yangu kwa mikono ya God, adem kumbuke when I'm gone, mwendele kuplay our songs, eje na Emra do what's wrong. Tulikuwa na dream ya kutoka kwa block, yani to get rich, to mock and short, nikilala macha maisha yangu kwa mikono ya God, adem kumbuke when I'm gone, mwendele kuplay our songs, eje na Emra do what's wrong.
Na mina daizo ma trophy na kaunan o maganji man, mina daikuwa na profit, that's why mi kwa office, men in black tumerock makoti, lately mi dress manoti, maisha yangu na chia sa godi, flow ni yake ya majabu na
Thank you.
B-boy si set my trend na si set my subject na
Asante sana DJ. Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Luchivia. I am with the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security. Display imewanyima what you need to identify me with. Thank you. But we are assembling for this particular session to have a conversation on how technology is reshaping the peace and conflict and the justice ecosystem, and to look at how we can explore through the intersection that we have on these emerging technologies, as well as the changing landscape at large, to bridge whatever we are doing within the particular SDG number 16, 17 in partnerships, as well as the other SDGs, bearing in mind we are people of diverse backgrounds here. So I want to take this moment, because of time, to start by introducing our panels today. DJ, I think kila mwenye anaitwa utajaribu kuplay a particular song for their dance moves to be copied. And ile yenye ilikuwa inaimba, I'm informed the next panelist, who's the co-chair of the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security, Madam Christine Odera, is identifying as her favorite. Please, DJ, if you can play.
Kama ni chamboge mshua niko na watu strong. Hizi streets nataka kwa mpole man, yo, ama utapangwa. Bresh yako stick na mguu.
Thank you very much. Next up on stage, I want to invite Madam Rosemary Mwangi, who is a communications officer at the Communications Authority of Kenya. DJ, as we usher in, tumpatie makofi tafadhali.
Mama Africa, Africa, Kwa favor,
And next up on the panel, I want to invite Mr. Muthuri Kathure. Mr. Muthuri Kathure is a BBC digital rights advisor and also member of the FECOMO Coalition, which is the coalition of freedom of expression and content moderation in Kenya. We welcome you in as much as you check on the profile on the screen. So karibu sana. Makofi, makofi. Thank you, thank you. Next up. Thank you. Next up, I want to invite Mr. Habib Omar, a youth that we all identify with the work that he's doing to shape the kind of conversation you're having today in line with Gen Z's. Makofi akikuja.
Select a chesa dopa once from the top. Whoa. Dojo maber. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire,
Karibu sana. And finally, I want to invite Madam Brenda Tom. She's a member of IGAD Council. And Donjo Maber, I think that you are playing, would usher her in.
Donjo maber, kwa mdomo ni kuber. Na doba Johnny Mwaki ukipenda email. Napendwa na mapeng, na wote Johnny Ten. Nikikusalimia unanijibu tu maber. Napenda vile magala wamekuja wamebeba.
Thank you so much. So, with the interest of time, we will jump straight into the conversation that is bringing us into this digital intersection conversation. And as we welcome the panelists to further introduce beyond what has been projected to you, we want to bring them to speed with the conversation that we have in the Kenyan landscape. So I will begin with Madam Christine Odera. She is a practicing peace and security expert, and also the co-chair of the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security. And we want to look at some of the engagements that have been happening within the KCYPS coalition in reaching the much youth population that we have in the country in terms of feeding some of the gaps that they have in line with youth participation meaningfully in peace and security. So, Madam Christine, as you take up the mic, I want you maybe to start off by just including some of the existing digital platforms, especially the AI-moderated tools and the deliberative technologies we are using today in reaching rural youth in line with their voices, their assessments being collected for an effectful policy development in the country today. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Oscar, and I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers led by the great Diana and the team for a job well done. It is not easy to have such a forum, but the dedication of young people is really commendable on that front. As the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security, we came into the picture when it came to us trying to engage on policy conversations on youth peace and security. And so, as we might all know, policies are largely government document, right? But in this case, our governments were not really becoming proactive when it came to the youth peace and security agenda, much as it started from the United Nations Security Council. It is actually a resolution that was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council back in 2015. And so 10 years down the line, we're still grappling with the fact that we talk about peace committees. Do we have anyone in the audience who is a member of the peace committee? By show of hands? None. Do we have anyone who has engaged with the peace committees? There's one. Okay, we have the Nyumba Kumi initiatives. How many of you have ever engaged with the Nyumba Kumi initiatives? By show of hands. A couple more hands are coming up. The others, what have you been doing? Yeah. So you realize that, as it has been mentioned all through these programs, there's a lot of conversations of engaging the youth, but when it comes to where the rubber meets the road, then something is missing. So when it comes to specifically the youth and the youth peace and security agenda, we saw it fit that it is good to have a policy that then addresses the pertinent issues that engage youth when it comes to peace and security issues. When we go back to the resolution 2250, you realize it speaks about 5 pertinent pillars. The pillar of participation, where young people are engaged in political processes, participate in peace and security processes, and conflict mitigation measures. We also have protection. Young people ideally are supposed to be protected from any harm, including what has happened to our other comrades, those who died over the maandamanos and the other engagements. We also have the pillar on partnerships, where young people should not just be brought to the rooms as participants, but largely as people who are co-leaders in some of these processes. And we have seen quite a number of you really engaging in these processes. And so now, sorry, those are 3. The 4th one is on prevention. So how then do we prevent young people from atrocities of any kind, really, be it gender-based violence, be it online cyberbullying, you name it. And the last one is on disarmament and reintegration. A couple of you will remember a time when we had a lot of radicalists, like youth who had joined Al-Shabaab and other terror groups, who were imprisoned, but a lot of them did not want to leave the prison. Remember such a time? They were fearing to go back to the community because the community had already labeled them magaidi. And so imagine you have served your term in prison, but the community you're going to does not know you are reformed. The community still considered you the radicalized youth that you are. And so how then do we, as young people, help government and other security stakeholders to create systems that allow youth to go back to communities, not as the gaidi they were. For those who don't understand Swahili, gaidi means, what does gaidi mean? Terrorist, yes. For purposes of those who don't understand, we want to be inclusive. And so, how do we then concretize this conversation in a manner that is contextual to Kenya? And that is how now the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security was formed. Currently, we have a membership of about 230 organizations from across Kenya. We have been able to go to about 18 counties to really get to understand what young people want when it comes to the youth peace and security agenda. So through this process, we've realized that we cannot reach everyone. It's really hard to reach all the 53 million Kenyans. And so that is when we also leveraged on technology. And when it comes to the peace and security agenda, are we recording this session? Ordinarily, we are, as a good practice, we consider Chantam rules. Because when it comes to peace and security conversations, it's quite sensitive. Somebody might say something, and before you know it, it's trending. I sit here as a as a public servant and a youth civil engager. So I might be misquoted. That is not me being prevented or protected from what my own words, right? So there are those challenges that comes with engaging when it comes to peace and security conversations, because you also want to protect the people you're engaging with. Remember, somebody spoke about mental issues. Somebody might be sharing from a very honest perspective, but how it comes out, it's very triggering, yeah? And so the use of deliberative tech then became pertinent for us to start using. And luckily, we got a partner, Search for Common Ground, that had a lot of these tools that we used to engage more young people in Kenya. We used Ramesh. We had a tool called Ramesh. I wish there was a way we could engage with it, but we'll see how we can extend this forum and have the participants of this forum engage with that platform. Because ordinarily, it's your normal survey, but it's more like a chat box where it asks you questions and then you answer. It's more interactive than the conventional surveys where you're answering a leading question. And the one pertinent thing that we learned when we were engaging youth on this was that it's changed the perception of surveys, because if you've done data collection here in Kenya, you realize that a lot of the times people don't finish surveys. And so in this particular manner, it was interesting to see that because it felt like you're chatting with someone, then a lot of the participants ended up finishing their surveys. The other thing we noted was, and luckily now we have M-Pesa covering some bits of your number when you pay somebody with M-Pesa. So the one thing we also tried was, how can we reimburse some of the participants with M-Pesa without exposing their numbers? Because that is a security breach by itself. Imagine today, if I was to do, and we do this a lot in civil society organizations, you will write your name and your number and your email, and the organizers will sometimes send you money. Imagine what I could do with all those numbers. Imagine I have your ID numbers and I have your phone numbers. And then we talk about kura kuibiwa. So you see, we have been exposing ourselves so much in things that look so innocent, right? And so by use of deliberative tech, we're trying to see how do we engage youth without necessarily exposing them. There's a time we met with gang members in Nakuru, and as soon as we got there, their leader told us, if you're not going to remove your cameras, we're not going to talk to you. Because we don't know who is going to listen to that recording. There are a couple of times where we deal with armed groups, and before you talk to them, they'll tell you upfront, do you have a recorder? If you have a recorder, we're not talking to you, because of the sensitivities of some of these challenges. And so now AI is really helping us collect this data and analyze it without giving it a face.
Yeah.
We are covering a lot of the human perceptions and protecting and preventing some of the atrocities that we have seen happen with a lot of the peace and security conversations, not just in Kenya, but world over.
Thank you, Madam Chrissy. Indeed, in the day like this, our reach is maybe exposed to those of us who have made our way to this particular forum, but then through the submission of digital platforms such as Rimesh, others like Talk to City, as well as Billy and Police, there's that reach that we can get to youth who are within the remote localities. And that exposes them also to really understand what it means to participate meaningfully in a policy development framework that is all-inclusive. And maybe that introduces me to Mr. Muthuri Kathure. Through this particular facilitation, it appears technology as an essential digital public infrastructure that can be used for this particular engagement on youth in policy making and implementing processes. How does the current information ecosystem in Kenya amplify some of the conflicts that are present, some of the issues that are around lack of inclusion or exclusion? What does that do? And also, what do some of these platforms, what role do they play?
Great. Thanks very much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Thank you. Maybe a quick one, correction on my bio. I am not a journalist, and I don't work for BBC. I'm a lawyer, and I work for BBC Media Action. So I needed to correct those two things. But to your question in terms of the information ecosystem, and you've really just introduced the conversation from the offline space and what is happening. But the information ecosystem at the moment is very fragmented. And I think there is a lot of focus on the online space and the social media platforms. So anytime we're talking about any intervention, any challenge, or any opportunity, the first place we talk about is social media platform. That is where we can sort our democratic civic engagement problems, but also where a lot of disinformation, bullying, technology-assisted violence against women, etc. occur. But there are other two spaces that we don't look at when you're talking about information ecosystem. The traditional media as well. The people who still listen to radio. I sit down with young people especially, and we keep saying, we all listen to podcasts. No one listens to radio anymore. No one watches TV. They actually do, and it does inform a lot of things that ends up on social media platform or offline spaces. So that's another space that we really ignore and we should also think about. The third one is the offline space as it is. Most of the conversation, most of the debates, most of the wrongs that happen on social media platforms sometimes are informed by pronouncement, by conversation on top of Prados. True? When a politician starts propaganda on top of the Prado. So it's not only that every disinformation, malinformation starts from the social media platform. The three actually intertwines. And if I'm to go back to traditional media, there is, a new challenge. Most of the people who are being hired to most of the radio stations are not journalists, right? It's comedians. It's people who are exciting on one way or the other, and they end up getting jobs on radio. And sometimes you listen to some of the things that they say, and you wonder. Sometimes there is a very thin line between opinion and an expert opinion and just any lay person opinion on the street. Someone is saying something on a radio show as if it's true about health, about, let's even move politics aside, about climate change, and we listen and we believe those things. And the second bit of your question in terms of how that is fueling peace and conflict, I think it's a two-sided sword. So on one side, I think, as you've rightly put, technology has come in to really help when it comes to curbing conflict. I think with AI now, evidence collection when it comes to open source intelligence. I think we saw what Larry Madowo did just, doing a story around what happened in Tanzania and just using open source intelligence to collect a lot of data to corroborate what people were saying and tell a story of what really actually happened during the election. And it's really, really working very well. But on the other side, I think social media platform have become the place where World War V is happening. Leo tunaamka tuna deal na nani? Kasongo. Kesho tunaamka, even someone who is not a political figure. I'm very, very much on X. There is someone who's called Osama Otero. People wake up every day, they want to finish the person. I don't know why. It's become another battleground for conflict. And conflict in many forms. Not conflict just in what can lead to physical war, but conflict in forms of mental and psychological bit of it. War in form of technology-assisted violence against women politicians, women human rights defenders, women journalists, or generally people who do not conform and things like that. So it's become a very, very bad ground. So as young people, I think, key for us to note that. And then finally, on a question on what platform can do. I think I like saying this, as someone who's worked on the tech and society space for a couple of years, platforms are not there to curb information disorder. Platforms are not there to promote information integrity. What are they there for? Profits, right? They will profiteer over anything, including death. There is a case that is going on in the Kenyan High Court from Ethiopia, where a professor was doxxed in one of the social media platforms, and they ended up dying. And the argument in this case is actually because of the failure of this platform to do proper content moderation, this person died. And it's a legit argument. I mean, the case is still going on. We don't know how it's going to go. But then you see their business is not to curb these things. So it's probably a few organizations that are out there working to promote information integrity that centers these concerns that we are discussing today. But there is hope. I think Kenya beats of South Africa, Uganda in a wrong way, and other countries have tried to push platforms to behave properly. I know there is the whole gap in terms of legislative frameworks and policies, but of course, there is a business and human rights guideline that any company, even if you're operating in a jungle, you ought to follow, even when there are no national or municipal laws. And so that provides an opportunity for us to keep holding tech companies accountable. The second thing I think they can do is we need to push for better legislative and policy framework. How many of us here are engaging with the proposed AI bill by Senator Karen Nyamo? None of us. And we say we are the young people, we are tech savvy, we are the builders and everything. Don't tell us we are the Gen Z. We know. We need to engage with the legislative and policy processes if we care about what is happening. If you look at that bill, it has its good, it has its ugly side. And its ugly side is going to affect some of us here. The builders are going to be affected if you look at the fines that are out there. People who like expressing themselves are likely to be affected. Actually, if you look at that bill, it's a reintroduction of some section of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Law, which was declared unconstitutional, just coming through a back door. So we really need to get checking on this. So my simple answer is, platform definitely have got a place to play, but we need to also hold government, which allows and should provide for a friendly business environment for companies to operate, to also make sure that these companies behave as they should. Thank you.
Thank you, Muthuri. I think your submission on the profiteering of providers clearly makes sense when you look at the traffics and the kind of engagements that they'll also try to advance within some particular setups. And maybe at that particular point, before I come to Madam Rosemary, I want to introduce Mr. Habib Omar on a particular issue, I think that draws back to the June 24th protest. There has been developing mistrust that was seen as a top-down decision-making approach, one that has also excluded some of the developed systemic mistrust between the government agencies to young people at large. And Habib, I really just want to understand from your point, before even we engage on what does meaningful inclusion from a social justice approach does mean. What does it look like for you and for youth within your space to operate without fear on these digital platforms?
Comrades power. Comrades power. Tuko na power ama tunataka power? Bana hutaki power, tuko na power. Article 1 of the Constitution gives us power. And that is where I want to be able to start, because basically if the power belongs to the people, why is it that we are still looking for power, and maybe each and everything that we do is being surveyed, and we are being denied that opportunity to be able to express ourselves freely? As long as, I always believe that as long as you are not doing anything wrong, you have nothing to be able to worry about. Because as some of us, I'm an activist, I serve at Kariobangi Social Justice Center. And mainly our work right now, because we're in the digital era, we do a lot of mobilization, a lot of capacity building, organizing through the digital spaces, because we talk about organizing and educating, because we are not here as liberators, but to allow the people to liberate themselves. But how will I be able to communicate to a young person in Tanglubei, Tiati constituency, for example, or someone in Masiro Katiano in Ugenya constituency, So definitely I could be able to reach them with my information through the digital space. Right now the discussion is around SDG goals, and from the discussion since day one up to even in the morning, we are realizing that there is a gap in terms of even acceleration and even people understanding the SDG. So the mainly platform we could be able to use are online spaces, but these spaces are now becoming like, it's a crime because you're being targeted. In June 2025, when young people on the street and things went hayway, the president requested that they want to be able to engage young people through X-Space. But how many young people are connected digitally? So even as we talk about accessibility in terms of the digital space, being excluded digitally literally doesn't mean that you're offline, but being denied that power, being denied that voice, being denied that right. But for some of us, it has been very, very difficult because as even I'm speaking here, like Christine was saying, you have to be able to like sieve what you're saying, yet you're doing nothing wrong. If today I talk about 50 billion that is being stole through SHA, is that a crime? Why should each and every time I have to monitor where I am? I think maybe looking if she's NIS. Yes, because you don't know actually. Each and every time we live in fear. More so like us who are very vocal. Because I believe I say I'm a public noisemaker. The reason why I always introduce myself that way is because I believe our silence kills. So we have to be able to speak out and make noises, but noise of value. So if there's something wrong, we have to be able to question it. We have to be able to criticize it. Because the Constitution gives us the powers, as I've said, we have the power. All sovereign power belongs to us as the people. And again, Article 3 of the Constitution demand that we can be able to protect and defend the Constitution. So if the Constitution is being violated, you are right, and Article 26 is being taken away. Why should I be able to keep quiet? I live in a community where accessing water, you access water 2 days a week, yet within the Constitution, I have access to adequate clean water. So holistically, there is nothing that we are doing wrong, but we are just utilizing our power and utilizing the power of social media. As a nation, we are advancing digitally, so I think we need just to be able to respect this space and give young people that space. But it is not as rosy as we think. It comes with a lot, because someone like Comrade Joshua Okeo, being abducted, he was lured through the phone and atafutwa through the SIM, and so many people that we could be able to speak about. Look at Ojwang, ni mwalimu tu, just something that he posted online ended to his death. Alipikiwa huko mpaka nyumbani huko. But yet here we are being told that goons that wameflee out of the country. Nimeona mimi wanasema ya kwamba the reason why government hawezi pata nini, hawezi pata goons wako Italy. So anyway.
Indeed.
So that is a meme, but actually, you see now, it is a freedom of expression anyway. I haven't insulted anyone. I've just quoted what is out there. But now the question is, will I get home safe? Do we have any IS here in the room? Please forgive me, but you don't even have to forgive me. There's nothing I've done wrong. So we have just to be able to speak the truth to power. Sorry, but not sorry. Polemics.
We really want to assure you that you'll get home safe, Habib. And your quote of the memes are goons are in Italy. I think it associates with the circulation of also other propagations of where to find the goons. But as you said, life today is not as rosy as the intention of the platforms or the digital spaces that we used to interact were supposed to be. And part of the reason that has been identified as maybe one that's hindering the lack of rosiness, Madam Rose, I want to come to you, is because of the misintention that was supposed to be there. I think social media and digital platforms are large-scale listening platforms that are supposed to enhance some of the transparencies that exist today. You sit in the Communication Authority of Kenya. You're a regulator, to mean. As a regulator, We've had instances, and I'll draw back to the particular instance during the Gen Z protest. Lots of censorship on platforms, lots of blockages when you want to fully express some of the ideas and the views that you have, not only on the digital platforms, but also through the mainstream media platforms. There's a time, we are all aware, there were vehicles that headed to Limuru to shut some services of TV stations and radio stations, not to maybe showcase what was happening with young people on the streets who were trying to enhance the transparency. So, Madam Rose, what are some of these regulatory barriers that are currently excluding, in this context, young people from meaningful participation? Because, of course, once that shutting, once that censorship is happening, it's minimizing the kind of engagement that is supposed to meaningfully come up with resolutions. So what are those particular issues that you're talking that are reducing our participation in governance?
Boss. This is the point at which I say, pass. Okay. We have never been looked at with rosy eyes. We are always the enemy of the people. Yes, so we have learned to wear the badge many a times. Hey, I don't even know where to start. So, censorship is the wrong word, but I accept that is what we have been deemed to do. Ushaulizwa maswali mpaka unashindwa uanze na gani, umalize na gani. Okay, let's start with the one on traditional media being shut down. I am not a defender of the government, but I do work for the government, and we hope this is taken in the gist in which I am going to present it. I'm used to not receiving it, but hey, okay. How many of us are on gaming sites? Allow me to digress. How many of us are on gaming sites? How many of us have seen the influx of mass shootings in schools in the West? We've all seen that. Are we aware that in the West there's a lot of, the gaming culture is really big? We are aware. A study has shown that what we are doing behind closed doors has led or has influenced the mass shootings. I start with that because even for traditional media, the reason why certain proclamations have been made during certain occasions is because we have seen a slide, a degeneration of peace, because in maandamano, Rwanda is a classic example of the media was used to perpetuate violence. But in this country, particularly, we saw in 1998, the elections of 1998, in one section of the country, it was peace, until our media stations showcased another section of the country that was flaring up. And within an hour, the peaceful side flared up. So we like to ask, we know we do not get the response that quote unquote is obvious, but would you rather we showed you the burning of one side so that wherever it is you are burns? Is that what you would want us to do? We never get the answer that we think. And that's why I started with the conversation of, we have seen, and research has shown, the US, for example, gaming has led to mass shootings in school. Why? What we see, we enact. So if I have been bullied on the platforms with technology, it doesn't matter whether you're in the West, in the East, in the North, or in the South. Regulation is always playing catch up. Now, unfortunately for us, is that our catch up is ages away, eons away. The cases that are in the courts today, I dare you to show me a just cause. The cases Muthuri was mentioning, I can't wait to see what the judges will rule. Why? How many of our parents know? Let's agree, the people in the courts are our parents' age, right? How many of our parents are on X? Show of hands, how many of our parents are on X? Okay. How many of our parents are on TikTok? Of the parents that are on these platforms, did they join them voluntarily? Did you join on their behalf? Do they understand what clicking on certain buttons means? I will tell you my example. I opened my mother's Instagram account. I did not tell her I have opened, I just opened it. But I also did not go a step further to teach her what it means to click certain buttons on that. So I wonder what will happen with the judiciary as they're ruling these matters. When it comes to the matter on content moderators, the first summer case, if you followed, you realized they had no idea what was what. And there were so many gaps in law, which are still there today, because our labor law, does anyone know when it was last edited? Okay. Does anyone know when KICA was last reviewed? And yet KICA is the act that should govern, should regulate social media usage. Our biggest challenge is that when we come up with laws, we come up with laws from a protective perspective, and I use the word again, from a protective perspective. I know it doesn't look like it is protective, but when I grew up, my mother used to tell me, I'm not beating you, I am beating the problem in you. So when my mother is creating the law, what do you think she's doing? And she's coming from a perspective of, you see, wewe, you're not the problem. Ni makosa na tibu.
Thank you, thank you. Regulation is not happening on the matter of ourselves, but then the problem in our matters. And I think as you speak from a national angle on why acts and decisions are made in a particular way, we also acknowledge that regionalization also is part and parcel and critical just in ensuring that we are closing some gaps that are not maybe fully administered by the national level. And that we acknowledge that the IGAD youth strategy is also coming up with some of the conversations that will see the addressing of issues that are still pending being closed. And Brenda, at that point, I really just wanted to understand with the audience present today, what are those entry points maybe today that maybe exist at the regional level that young people can, and youth networks present in this conversation and those also live streaming with us can use to engage with some of the mechanisms at the IGAD level and also address some of the digital inclusions that are maybe deemed exclusive at our level.
So thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I already see some of our participants are dozing off. I think the lunch was too heavy, right? So before I'd answer, I'd want us to stretch a bit so that when we talk, we can understand each other. Because as we see, we are all tired, bored, but it's a very interactive session. So will you please kindly stand up and then we just stretch for 1 minute and then sit down.
hautalambwa mkono zimetit mseta ni try ataganda
Stretch, stretch, stretch.
tulikuwa mnatumia kutoka kwa block.
Everyone stand up kindly.
Tomoken shot nikilala mocha maisha yangu kwa mikono ya God ade mkumbuke when I'm gone mwendele kuplay our songs eje na Embra do what song tulikuwa mnatumia kutoka kwa block.
Thank you DJ.
So I hope we are now all fresh a bit. So in regards to the existing networks to engage, first of all, I'll start with IGAD being a regional organization really puts a lot of effort in putting in forth youth and their participation, and they love to listen to what the youths are saying, giving them an opportunity not just to be participants, but also the doers. So when we talk about this, the Kenyan Youth Networks can engage IGAD regional mechanisms through several structured entry points. One key platform is the IGAD Youth Forum for Peace, which provides a regional space for youth dialogue, advocacy, and policy engagement. So when we talk about dialogue, we always have conferences. We have workshops where we are able to train those who don't know. Because when we talk about peace, we're talking about SDG 16. It's a very ambiguous word. We talk about conflict. What we see are the results of conflict. It's not what conflict really is. And when we talk about peace, peace is just a word that is used to generalize the aftermath of resolving some of the things. And as well, in addition, IGAD regularly conveys regional conferences and consultations on youth, peace and security, where youth organizations contribute to policy recommendations and share innovations. There are also opportunities through partnerships with IGAD member state youth ministries, civil society networks, and regional platforms that feed into IGAD policy processes. These spaces allow Kenyan youth to move from national level activism into regional influence and collaboration across the Horn of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. And I hope also those particular platforms, as you do mention, are some that are easily accessible, because it's the gap of access to those particular entries that maybe not seemed as part and parcel of can contribute to the ongoings of participation at that level. And just maybe before you drop, I also want just to see what are some of the current commitments at IGAD level that can ensure that there is enough resource that can actually amplify some of these youth-led digital peace building advocacy approaches, because we are entering into an electioneering period in Kenya, and Gen Zs, as we are today, proactive on these particular platforms. There are those existing challenges in line with just the reach to particular resources. What exists at the regional level?
So we have several, and I'll point out to three major key ones, yeah? The first one being increasing dedicated funding and technical support for youth-led peace initiatives, particularly those using digital tools for awareness, early warning, and countering misinformation. Second one, by scaling capacity building programs that equip young people with digital literacy, peace building skills, and policy engagement tools so that they can participate meaningfully in the security processes. And the third one, by institutionalizing youth participation within IGAD structures, ensuring that youth voices are not only consulted, but integrated into decision-making processes and regional strategies. This will position young people not just as participants, but as co-creators, as I had earlier mentioned, of peace and security solutions in the region. And on the earlier question you had asked, if these platforms are available, we're in a digital era, unlike the old days where you'll be told you write a letter, you send it for it. These days we have X. For example, we have the Office of the IGAD Youth Envoy. He's available on X. You can reach out also on LinkedIn, or even, let's talk about Twitter. We are everywhere. We can say Facebook, WhatsApp, X, and LinkedIn. Yes.
Thank you. And next to is Habib, and I think Habib will agree with me, as you mentioned, the availability of this access through the platforms. Part of the main challenge within the youth networks is the kind of measurements or measures that have been set to actually access those particular resources. One that have also just limited the kind of, you will surpass a stage at a particular end, and the limitations also increase with time with it. But as I come back to Habib, because also we want to hear some of the questions from the audiences, we want to hear, we've had a good response on the regulation not being at a personal level, but then the surveillance still present. The shutdowns ahead of elections we've seen within our neighboring countries still something that is pertinent during elections. The shutdowns like in Uganda happened towards the elections. Some of us even fear electricity power cuts. At a social justice approach, and maybe some of the advocacies that are being advocated at the level of grassroots yet to come to the national level. How do we mitigate this? Because the translation is from online to offline at the end of the day. How do we mitigate without just casting out that there are these particular challenges, but then that understanding of profit by those particular platforms?
So definitely in terms of it was very, very clear that it is not even them who shut down. There's someone above, Cindy. So let's just accept that that is the reality. But I think as a country, because the conversation around from this week, Manze, imekuwa about meaningful youth engagement. And I've talked about there's nothing for us without us. So if the leaders we elect are very intentional about youth participation, and not just for the purposes of ticking box, we have to be able to appreciate that we are in a digital era. Look at what Ademba is doing, Alan Ademba, with the Tuko Kadi. It started from online. So imagine if we shut down that online conversation. Where could we be? So is it to see tuko 1.5 million young people ambao wameko registered voters. Intention is to be able to reach about 2.5 million. Ama nyinyi mko na kadi, unajua mnaniangalia ni kama naongea of community organizing and the work that we've been doing for the last 10 years. And within those communities, and amplify their voices. We have seen how XSpace have become a very powerful tool in terms of also engaging duty bearers, formulating policy. We are cutting off who are also helping in terms of addressing the violations within the community. But I think for me, from the perspective level, I don't think if there's any other magic that can be done, apart from particularly the leaders and the duty bearers that we have, having the goodwill of respecting the civic spaces and appreciating the era that we are in. Then secondly, the other thing is as much as we appreciating the era that we are in, then secondly, the other thing is as much as we also criticize and question the leaders, is we. So even as we go to the ballot box come 2027, because now we are gearing towards the electionary period, how do we also ask? The first question, ask the president, any president that you're supporting, how they are going to be able to upheld, first of all, the civic space and even the digital platform. Because digital repression is cutting. That is where you organize, you mobilize, you engage, you interact, you develop policies. Because even as we are having this conversation, the other people who are online. So suppose today we cut off that digital engagement? How many people are we going to be able to lock out? So it starts from the political good, are we going to be able to lock out? So it starts from the political goodwill of our leaders and secondly, we the people for the human rights not just be fighting the right. So it's all about
of course, the need for goodwill expressed by all those involved, and the entire idea of how to be multi-partial. I think, Muthuri, you will understand the multi-partiality of the case. Muthuri, you will understand the multi-partiality of the case. And as you talk about help in digressing this is there's need for accountability both for media houses and also for these particular platforms that do exist. Reason being the continued conversation around the amplification of hate speech online and also through these particular media platforms. Case in point, and I think you've participated largely in it, is the Meta case against the Tugege. I think it was a political term that was addressed to a particular political formation. What will be some of those particular issues within the capacity of the platforms and as well as media houses to address in this case?
Yeah, before I even respond to that, I think let me touch a little bit on this internet shutdown thing. I'm not holding brief for Communication Authority of Kenya, but also I don't hate platforms so much, also on platform, but I need to mention this. Internet shutdown happens in different ways. I think we keep thinking internet shutdown is just, there's no internet. And many partners, many stakeholders are involved when this happens, not just the government, including platform themselves. Because there is what we know the total shutdown, the ban, where the Tanzanian government said a female shark, it was specific, I don't know why, did bite the cables at the ocean. Was it Tanzania or Uganda? Uganda election, where you are like, all of you are gone. Then there is the throttling, what we were seeing during the Gen Z protest, right? Where you're struggling to get on any platform or just use social, internet, and it's slow. It's just been slowed. And then now this is what I also want us to know. There is also shadow banning, and this is mostly done by the platforms themselves, where you cannot see certain things because they don't want you to engage with that. So for example, during Maandamano time, they try to hide those tweets that were very strong so you don't engage with that, right? And then there is the other one, specific platform being banned or being shut down. Do you know in this country, every national exam period, one of the platform called Telegram is usually down, specifically to ensure that people don't cheat in their exams. Now, to bring it home, the courts in Kenya have declared internet shutdown in whatever form unconstitutional. And this is just a question of proportionality. You cannot ban the whole of Telegram because of 800 people to affect 1 million and people, people who are using Telegram, either for business or other things. So it was declared unconstitutional. Access Now and ICJ Kenya did go to court for that. So that's how we should see it. So it's not just Communication Authority of Kenya or putting all the blame. There are many stakeholders who are involved in all that bad manners. And then I wanted to mention something you talked about, online to offline. I think I usually, when I get an opportunity to talk to fellow young people, to remind them, not everyone is online. So when we say civic space has shifted from online to offline, it's not true. There are, is it 30 million people who use Katululu in Kenya. There are 34 million people who use smartphones. And many of these 34 million is not like individual person. How many of us have got 2 phones here? I don't know why people have 2, 3 phones. But yeah, there's still 30 million who still use Katululu. So whenever we program, because I know we do work, let's not just think of online, online, online. Let's remember there are young people who are still offline. The same thing, when we start saying Gen Z young people are tech savvy, goons are Gen Zs. Yeah. Motorbike people, and with all due respect to them, are Gen Zs. Okay? The other day I was starting to think, actually, the teachers who are teaching there are our age mates now. No, we used to fear teachers so much. So let's have these things in mind when you're programming. And then to your question in terms of accountability to platform and media houses, I think it's different. And that's one of the mistakes that this new bill is coming with. You cannot hold everyone on the same standard. Platform have got their own standard, and media houses have got their own standard. I think one good thing about the Kenyan media ecosystem is they have tried to do a lot of self-regulation. Actually, they were among the first to do a self-regulating guideline on use of AI. My profession, the legal profession, is still struggling with it. We're still seeing plays that have been written using AI. In media houses, they've tried to... Communication Authority of Kenya. Sorry, I'm joking. But yeah, I mean, media houses are doing that. This is what I would say. I think we need to push for a lot of self-regulation from media houses, from content creators as well. I know these days we are having, what are they called? I listen to a podcast, right, left, and center, with no regulation. People can say anything and they can be believed. I was listening to one platform, podcast, and someone was lying about how day and night is counted in prison. I was like, you're lying to people. They count day and night. And that's not what happens. That needs the bit of regulation. The other thing that needs to be done for platform, we should never tire holding them accountable. From down grassroots, we need to understand, what's happening even as you're using this platform, the wrongs that are happening there. Right from how they're treating workers, the case of Sama, to our mental health and how those things are working, to how people are being doxxed, to how they're just operating as if we're in another jungle. So that needs a lot of work. And I really applaud the people who are taking them to court, because it's a war of Goliath and David, very moneyed and things like that. So that's the only way we can ensure accountability. And then to ourselves, I think we need to be responsible social media users. One thing that I got from this during the Mandamano time, and don't stone me for this, that aura for aura thing. Government throws propaganda, we throw propaganda. What is the difference? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think maybe to the best context of the audience, the summer source he's referring to, I think, is with the redundancy note from Meta offices in Nairobi, where they're shutting down. And maybe before you leave, you can get more context from Muthuri, both on what the implications are, together with maybe the AI bill that he's talking about. I want to come to Christine. And
our information out there that will come to work to our disadvantage. So please be careful with what we put out there, because as young people, we are really transitioning. We won't remain youth forever. So how do you want to look back and look at your life while you're growing? Because ideally, you're leaving behind a digital footprint, which was not there before. So just be careful. On the scale issue, I believe for me, it's not really a scale. It's not like I want all the 53 million Kenyans to be using technology. No. I myself am shying away from technology right now because there's just so much that is not known. And so now I am very careful, and especially for the generation that is coming behind us, to engage them in platforms that might be of harm to them. When the radicalization conversation started and we were talking about countering violent extremism, a lot of the young people who are coming out to speak about radicalization ended up being radicalized. It's so unfortunate that a lot of these young people who are seen as champions of countering violent extremism were then radicalized because they were promised very good money. And we're seeing that with now the war in Russia. How do you think these young people are being approached? It's online. And so it's those, as I conclude, I believe for me is being very cautious as we move, because there's just a lot that is not known, a lot that we need to unpack. If you have figured it out, please come and share what you figured out so that we are also able to see how best to even form policies that will help concretize this information. There's just a lot that I honestly cannot even say I know half of AI. If you know, please come forward and share this information, because this is very new technology that's coming up, and the speed at which it is going viral is very scary to me because of the repercussions that we also just don't know that will emanate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and also for acknowledging the advancements and the speed with AI itself. It's with the majority of every user. The other day we had the war between China and USA alone on the AI competition, but now also in Kenya there are those many platforms that are coming with the AI from scratch all the way to consuming. Madam Rosemary, elections are here. Before, yes. As you answer that, I just want to introduce you. Elections are here. And of course, there are lots of mentioning, even with microphones going off. We can easily attach Communications Authority of Kenya in line with that. But then what mechanisms do exist for youth in this particular case into some of the things involved with the policy development, especially for the Communication Authority of Kenya policy development. We also understand there's a media information literacy strategy and another platform that maybe you don't have the jurisdiction to respond to. I think it's the Media Council of Kenya. But what does exist, I think, from your end that can look into this youth contribution in the policy development during this electioneering
period? But before I talk about the electioneering period, it's interesting that Muthuri talked about Aura for Aura, which for us was very catchy, was very good to do during Mandamano. The other day we were at the National Drama Festivals, and we have been trying to understand what it is that the children in this country are experiencing with platforms. So among the things that was interesting is that they told us they have mchongwano on, I don't know whether that's still the word that is used, but in my day it was mchongwano. And for them, ukinichongwa na kuchongwa. So again, which is again aura for aura. So your digital footprint is showing the ones behind you to do the same thing. That was one. Then two, we're very keen on, we need to understand who we are as a society. It was said here before that you cannot do laws or you cannot be engaging or talking about youth if youth are not party to that conversation. Now, what the government is currently doing is trying to push, and the government here is being Communications Authority of Kenya and other partners are trying to come up with ways to have community guidelines that look like us. What do I mean by that? The community guidelines have been pushed down at us. Were you consulted when they were being created? No. You found them there, and they're guidelines that you're supposed to use as you're interacting with that platform. But as you're interacting with that platform, you're first a Kenyan. Forgive me for what I'm about to say. You're first a Kenyan before you're a digital, let me use digital native for now. But when that guideline was being created, they did not have you in mind. And that's why when it comes to transcriptions, it gets terrible when it comes to Kiswahili. It cannot be able to figure out certain intonations when it's speaking back at you, text to speech. Or a conversation of where we can edit, we can come up with guidelines that will guide Now, there's a lot of pushback because no one understands, the higher ups don't understand why we want us to be in that room, because for them, what is the tool used for? Because you must understand, for them, social media is a tool, and what is it being used for? Quote unquote, some areas look at it as being, watu wananisumbua. If we can only shut this down, then I am safe. But people forget that today I will shut it down because of you, but tomorrow I'll not be able to shut it down because technology is moving so fast. Starlink has come. I don't need traditional data. I can bypass that. Are you going to shut Starlink also? When it comes to another thing we have noted is that we pass down devices. As we're passing down trends, aura for aura, we're also passing down devices to children. Now, when you pass down these devices, you're not reinstalling factory settings. You're not reinstalling certain protections. You're giving them devices as they are, as you had set it for yourself. So we found out that certain platforms in November, December, actually took pictures of children for age verification. So you have a law out there for age verification. The platforms is just widespread dealing with age verification. They have come to Kenya. You remember the uproar we had with that platform that was collecting irises? Yes, WorldCoin. But now there's another platform that has collected children's data. Were you aware? Okay. When it comes to elections, we are looking at a multi-stakeholder approach where different government agencies are partnering to ensure that when it comes to the elections, we can be able to maintain safe, peace, and ensure that we can protect each other. Because if my neighbor's house is burning, if I don't put it off, mine will surely catch fire. So you have to remember that whatever it is you do, unless you're an agent of peace, you could become a victim of the violence you have started. So we might not look like we like conversations, but please talk to us. We don't know, and like she said, even for her, she doesn't know everything. We don't know everything. Hata kama sisi ndio tuko, sisi ndio serikali, hatujui, and we are openly acknowledging we do not know. I do not know what to expect. You might have an inclination. Please, come talk to us. Go to our website. I'll give you our website simply because I don't know anyone else I can tell you to go to. So if you visit our website, inform us of what you're seeing, how you think we can help, how you think we can change certain things. And when public participation is called, please, the AI policy is out. You haven't interacted with it. But yet it's the tool that you're currently using to do 80% of the work you're doing. But the guidelines and the law that is coming up, you haven't interacted it. What if that guideline or that law says we ban AI?
Thank you. The silence, I think, responds largely to no one, I think, in line with the banning of AI will be keen. I think that is how I understand. But then also to the question, it's clear, and as we are being reminded by Honorable Kalonji, it's not the opaque decision-making by government, it's sometimes they don't know. And it's the need for collective contribution to see that we have a multi-stakeholder approach. What the civil society, we can contribute, what the government could do, what the providers and the tech companies could bring on board, could do. So I want us to do this separately, I think differently, before I think I come just back to the panels. We want all of your contributions to this particular conversation being captured. And when I say for all of us, we will break ourselves into 2 groups for a maximum of 20 minutes. Before we come back, I think Maureen Meso has a question, but just a moment before that. We will break ourselves into 2 sessions to look at what the discussion has been, and also have leads who will guide us into that particular conversation. One, to have a look at what does youth and the police relations. We are singling out police because when elections that are coming about, security is part and parcel that is attached to elections. One of the most heavily funded bit of elections is with the police. How do we build trust during elections for them to be peaceful ahead of it? And then we'll have another session that will develop into the entire conversation that we have on countering some of the misinformation, propaganda, malinformation that we have within the space. So we will give our panelists just 1 minute, but before that, I'll pick a question from Maureen Meso. I'll want assistance. Two for now, and then we'll break into the 2 groups. In that the 2 groups will inform what will be fed through our policy. We have an impact framework policy development, with also the IGAD strategy to develop towards this. So make the question direct, and if you have any panelists that you think will address the question directly, please do so.
Thank you so much. So then I have 2 questions, but I also have a comment with the presentation. I'll start with, we don't know. That is the statement Madam Rose used. And as much as you're trying to encourage public collaboration and reporting, that is also trying to show that you're deflecting responsibility as a public body and a government body, so I don't know how that lands. My second comment, you said the reason as to why, okay, I understand how that was a difficult question that you were asked in the beginning when you were told, you asked about blocking live coverage during the maandamano, and your feedback was that you were trying to not, to do no harm by showcasing that type of media and not encourage people to get into protest and, you know, public murdering. But the examples that you used, I don't think applied with what happened during the 2024-2025 maandamano. You used the example of mass shooting in the US, and it is interesting because social media is what was used mostly to encourage spread of mass shooting, not mass media. 2, you used the example of Rwanda, and I think when you said there was war in one side and there was war in another side, the reason as to why that escalated was because they used mass media to target specific people and say, this is a bad person, we need to. But that is not what was happening in Kenya. What was happening in Kenya was that they were showing live recording of what was happening to the citizens who were taken to the streets, and it is their constitutional right, according to Article 34(2), to showcase this, and they have an independence to that. And so when you tell us the government is doing this to protect their citizens, what you're telling us is that in an event where there is some bit of, if we allow it to happen, then we'll get to a point where the government decides we are not going to showcase election results because it's going to cause harm. People are going to, you know, disagree with us, and I don't see how that makes sense. I don't think that's a very good, I feel like the question they directed to you was very, very difficult, I understand, but also that feedback also contributes to us doubting what the communication authority is actually doing in Kenya. Finally, now my question is, so we've talked at large about peace and security and how this is being experienced using media, but I've not had anybody touch on online radicalization that is happening with our social media. During the maandamano, the president said, shoot on the leg. These people are terrorists. That can actually trigger online radicalization. As a youth, neza kuwa unemployed, and I see someone, I'm like, you get a gun, I'm going to shoot back, and I'm going to kill police officers, you know. So if you trigger
terrorist conversations like that, how do you not expect us to react? So what is the Communication Authority
Thank
doing
you.
with such? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We will take that one question because of time. I really want you to contribute to now what... Okay, thank you.
When you talk of the policies that are made in peace and security, you find that mostly in the grassroots level, with the peace committees, you find that those who are involved, or those in positions in the peace committees, are the ones who are in the older generation. And you find that the young people are not involved, or rather, they are not in those positions of peace committees, which I feel like it's crucial when you talk of peace and security issues. And also, and I don't know if you guys have thought of those youths, because we are talking of peace and security issues regarding the youth, and we also see that the youths who are in the border sector, you find that most of them they are used as perpetrators of violence, and I feel like you guys should work on educating the those youths in the border, because they are being radicalized to cause violence.
Thank you. Broader consultations, we'll take questions. And I hope panelists, you're noting down. And we'll have a section where now we will direct you into two people who will guide you on our way forward. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know whether this mic is clear.
Yes.
Well, my question goes to that the man there. The one,
we are three, actually.
The one with the black shoes.
Okay.
Okay, my question is about, I didn't want the conversation to go on because it's like you guys, you are inculcating fear in the minds of young people. And fear is one of the greatest arsenals, one of the greatest weapons in the devil's arsenal. Fear is false evidence appearing real. I want you to tell us how the youth can overcome fear, because we have to face the realities of life. I want to tell you for a truth that we are not in a democracy. We are ruled by kleptocrats. These are thieves by thieves. And a kleptocracy, what builds a plutocracy? Plutocracy are people who are extra rich. Right now, the gap between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat is very high. President Julius Nyerere of Tanzania once said that Kenya society is like a man-eat-man society. And that's the situation we are in right now. Now, I want you to tell us how we can fight apostles of greed and tribal arrogance in our country without fearing them. Now, 1 minute. I want to know for truth that even though we may die, we are not the first people. Socrates was the first martyr to be killed because of youth advocacy. He was Greek, and he was forced to drink hemlock because of youth advocacy. And he lived 500 years before Christ. Eric Hugh Blair, the one who wrote Animal Farm, he said that the greatest sin is intelligence that takes no political responsibility. So if we don't take political responsibility, we are in great sin. And lastly, our president, Uhuru Kenyatta, said that Kenya's youth is like a time bomb that will soon explode. So I want you to tell us how the youth can overcome fear. Instead of you guys inculcating fear, and we remain in the challenge we are in. Thank you very much. First, as political scientist.
Thank you, thank you.
There's one on the other end.
Yes, we'd love to take as many. So please just have precise, direct, and we
Well-
appreciate the direct question. Thank you, sir.
Comrades,
And the lady there.
good afternoon, or it is evening. My name is Ngoboy Letaipa. I'm from Narok County. I run a group called Megora Youth that is about climate action. My question goes to the Communication Authority, Madam Director. And I have just one question. I've written here, how can ordinary citizens and youth leaders actively participate in shaping ICT policies in Kenya? Because the policies are the ones which are making us not to go together. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, sorry.
My question goes to anyone who is able to answer. My name is Valentine, and I think as much as we say raising kids is a personal decision or initiative, I believe that most of us are parents to Gen Alpha or the next generation, which is better. And when you look at this next generation, they really believe in technology being their guide and not the elderly who are next to them. So when it comes to what will be guiding them is technology. So how then are we preparing to raise the next generation when technology is their leaders?
Thank you. So I think we want to come back to our panelists. Have the liberty to maybe, if you picked a question that you can also respond to, but then those directed clearly to Communication Authority, Auruki.
Siwezi ruka.
Yes, and as we do so, I want to remind us, we want to collect those in writing, those recommendations, so that we can propose directly to.
Sorry for this interruption, but I have goodies here. So whoever is going to ask question, tutampatia zawadi.
They have already finished. let them have. But then within the group discussions, the T-shirts will be the focus breakout sessions. We will see to it that you receive one. So back to the panelists.
Let me start last going first. So about how to raise children, I believe that was what the question was, right? How do we raise children? I don't know whether you've interacted with commentary that the tech platforms, Meta and, let me use Meta because that's one I can remember for now. They don't allow their children to be on platforms. Okay? So we who are allowing our children, again, we can't tell you how to raise your children. We can't. But the question becomes, the children you're raising, what safeguards have you put on the devices that you're actually giving them? That was why the narrative was given. It was given in the context of the devices we are giving them, we are not buying them devices straight from the shop. We actually hand-me-down devices. So as you hand me down, or even as you go and buy a device for your child, ensure that the safeguards are put in place. When it comes to how can ordinary citizens shape policy, public participation is normally the only way we are able to. Then also, when a private citizen takes a bill to parliament, that's also an option. When it comes to the issue of broadcasting, let me give the chronology again. We saw broadcasting platforms being used in Rwanda. That's one case. We then saw in this country, 1997, 1998 period, one country, one province, one region, escalating in violence. Well, another region that was peaceful and calm. Once this was shown on mass media, this other side erupted. I was not referring to the Rwanda case. I was just building a case as to what we have seen happening. Now, when it comes to owning or running a broadcast station, there are rules that are given as to what you can do with that and what you cannot do. Now, if you violate the rules that have been given, and these rules are borrowed or are designed from an act, this act has not been revised since was written in 1997, 1998, before the enactment of, before social media came in. The two will never be in rhyme because currently there is no social media law in this country. Unfortunately. The reason I said we do not know is because, again, I started with the notion of who are the judges in this country today. The judges are my mother's age. And I asked the audience, how many of us have set up social media presence for our mothers? How many of us then even went a step further to educate them as to how this tool operates? How many of us, I dare ask, in this room, know where the community guidelines are? And how many of us have read the community guidelines? We haven't read the community, one out of 30, 40. So how will I govern a platform if I don't know what the community guidelines are? How will you use, we are using, a platform if you do not know what you're supposed to do with it and what you should not do with it? Unfortunately, it's a law of the jungle. You get in, do what you think you want to do. You get allowed to a certain limit to do certain things. But at some point, they shut you down. Now, my contention is, at that point at which they shut me down, do they understand my context? Or are they looking at me from a lens of a European country? We don't know is not, I'm not invoking fear. I'm just telling you what is. We do not know, and neither do the platforms know, because they do not know who we are. I am Kenyan first before I become a platform user. Unfortunately, the rules are first for a European user before they are for an African user. So it's a case of the both of us do not know. That's why they hire content moderators from these countries to explain to them what it is we are, because they do not know us. That product was not built for you. It was built for them. It's unfortunate because the internet is global. That is how we got onto it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe quickly to the remaining of the responses. Habib, reminded of us being time conscious on this. Please.
Okay. Comrades power. Mic kidogo inanishikanisha. Yes, I think I'm audible enough because overcoming fear requires you to be audible. But first of all, allow me to remind my brother, because kumekuwa na issue, the only man on the nini, you are either a woman or born by a woman, so worry not. Anyway, comrades power. We always say that if we lose our fear, sasa hao ndio watu nataka wakuwe wa lose fear, hawataki kuna. If we lose our fear, so definitely if we lose our fear, they lose our power. So most of the time when we talk about issues matters peace, people tend to think that we are overlooking injustice. Justice perspective. We said it very clearly that peace is not absence of justice, because it will be bad today if you go to the street, you get killed, you get abducted, there's corruption going on, and then now we say, let's maintain peace, when what we need to be able to do is to pursue the path that leads us to peace. But holistically, as young people, I always say that you have nothing dying for, you have no business living. And we are reaching to a point in this country, whether you go to the street, whether you question, whether you criticize, they'll shoot you in your own house, in your own business spaces. The future of this country lies in our hands as young people. We are no longer leaders of tomorrow. We are leaders of today, tomorrow, and every day. And from the onset of this conversation, we have kept saying that at the end of the day, The system is designed to rig young people out. So it's upon young people to organize themselves and capture the power, because we had given away our power to the political class. Because we claim that we are majority, just allow me in a few, we claim that we are the majority, we have the numbers, but how are we utilizing that numbers that we have? If it is about blogging, supporting the political class, these people who are oppressing us, are we not the young people who are doing it? We were asked, who are the goons? Si ni vijana tu? Si tuliambiwa hapa vijana ndio goons?
Yes, yes.
So it's upon us to be able to organize ourselves, but removing our coat, ndugu yangu, it's upon us to be able to remove the coat and be able to pay the price tag that come with change. So are we willing to be able to walk that journey? But all that I could be able to say is that let us forge a unity for purpose. But at the end of the day, in terms of also what we are doing, because right comes with a responsibility. Everything that we do has to be within the presence of the Constitution, not outside the Constitution. And that is why we are very cautious in terms of, even if you are engaging online, how do we make it also safe for the other people?
Thank you. So I'll give the panelists just maybe 1 minute, but then I want the first 3 rows to move this way, and the other 3, the remaining rows, or the first 4, you will join the group on this other end. Panelists are going to mingle with you for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then the others to move to the other side so that we can have the in-depth responses that we need to some of the questions. But then 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 30 seconds. You can breathe in 30. DJ. Yes, I think
30 seconds.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So one thing I want to add to what they're trying to say is it's not like we're trying kuuza woga, but in my own understanding of what social media is, in my, let me say, my very, very least of the understanding, social media is like a car. It doesn't care if it's automatic or manual. You are the driver. So you have to know social media can either destroy or build. It can create chaos or solution. So you as the youth, or we as the youth, it depends with how you decide to use it. For example, we have this thing called ChatGTP. I believe everyone uses it. But I was told by someone very old, actually, a 65-year-old man, he challenged me and told me, it's you to control ChatGTP. It's you to guide it, but not it to guide you. That's why we hear there are things called prompts. You prompt it. It's like you put gear 1. If you put gear 5 and you're going downhill, I will tell you you're going to crash.
Thank you.
So try and utilize these social media platforms for positivity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Next.
So because we are talking about accelerating SDG, so if we are to realize the SDG number 16, then we have to be able to accept that social media, digital platform is a civic space. So we need to be able to strengthen it, protect it, but also in terms of the marginalized groups and communities, we need to be able to look aspect of inclusion. I was talking about the aspect of functional accessibility. Let us look into affordability of the data. Let us focus about even the devices, because there are others who have kabambe who could be able to not to be able to access internet. Let us focus about capability and even the literacy of it. Are they in a better position to create content? Let us also focus about the safety and agency that we are shying away to be able to talk about in terms of how am I safe online. So more of it is how do we ensure that the voices of young people are heard, protected, and they are empowered to be online users.
Thank you.
You're also giving him
round of applause.
Thank you. For me, quick things. So one, I think we didn't respond to the first questions that were raised. Very valid, very good. I totally agree with you in terms of government's overreach when it comes to access to information and freedom of expression. I don't want to be the party pooper, but I'll add something onto that. freedom of expression and access to information are not absolute right. They are limited right. Of course, founded on legitimacy, legality, and proportionality. But what you did put out there was very clear in terms of the failure of the government doing right. Second thing that I need to point out is the question of children being raised by technology. I think it's far-fetched. Let's not buy into that narrative. We raise the kids, we raise our younger siblings and the rest. Technology can help us do that, but let's not fall into that trap. The person who talked about how young people can be involved in policy processes, there is an AI bill and there is a call for memorandum at the moment. So there's an opportunity for you to shape the National AI Act if it goes to pass. Finally, my clarion call to all of us who've been here. Each one, teach one. Thank you.
Thank you. Each one, teach one. Round of applause to him. 30 seconds.
I'd want to respond to the question on border and peace committees. I dare raise this to you all. The Ministry of Youth today, the youngest officer is 38 years old. So that is where the problem also starts. This is not to say that if we all here got into government, things will get any better, unfortunately. And so to say that we are denying, or rather the government is shying away from taking responsibility, is to say that as young people who are interacting with AI, we are losing our power. Because the government is saying, help us, help you. But then you're saying, why are you shying away from taking responsibility?
Swali Kwenyu. A round of applause to her. And lastly,
help us, help you. Just that.
Short and clear. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give a round of applause to our panelists this day. A better one, please come for a group photo. Meanwhile, group row 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please move this way.
The shortest way I would love to do this is hapo katikati, where the camera is. This side, please go this side, and this side, go this side. Simple. Yes. Hapo katikati. If you're this side, go this side, and this side, go this side. And then give me a lead and a secretary from this side. A lead and a secretary from this side. Okay? This is group 1, this is group 2. I want a lead and a secretary on the same. Kindly. A lead and a secretary. Decide who is going to be your lead and one to be a secretary. Haraka, we do this thing. We come together, please. Wale wako kule juu tafadhali tukujeni pamoja, because it's a discussion, it's a group discussion. Let's sit together so that we can. So we had secretaries yesterday. Those secretaries can continue. Then we get group leads. So if you are a secretary, Wakili, go this side. So I assign you Wakili to be your secretary this side. So choose a lead. She did a good work yesterday. So we choose a lead from here. One person to be a lead. And
thank you, Banda. For this next session, allow me introduce who will take charge of the 2 sessions. On my right, we have Immaculate from the ministry. All right, let's have Immaculate's bio up there. Immaculate, please wave. Round of applause to Immaculate. Thank you very much. And on this end, we have Chris from YMCA. Round of applause to Chris.
Good.
They will tell us what the conversation is about. We make it as fast as possible, as short as possible.
Okay, I want us to come together. Tuache kukaa mbalimbali, easy quit it, because we want to talk to each other. You're going to be the secretary. That lady in long, I don't know what hair. Is it hair? Yes. And he's going to be, you get me? Yes. He's leading you. Yeah, we can start, please. So be the secretary. Do the same notes that you did yesterday. Yes, let's come closer, tafadhali. Let's come closer.